month-long 620 kilometer canoe journey through Canada's Côte-Nord region, an area notoriously known for its rugged landscapes and wild rivers. The goal of this trip is to descend the mysterious Aguanish River, and in doing so, connect Western Labrador to the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. The route is going to have many challenges, both physical. We are literally portaging over a mountain. And mental. We're going to be alone in a very remote area, which means we're going to have to be self-sufficient and know what to do if things go wrong. Really snapped right in half. A trip like this takes a lot of prep and planning. We've spent the last few months refining our route, organizing gear, updating our first aid kit, and working on our skills so that we'll be well prepared for what's to come. The adventure will start at the Orway train station, and from here we'll travel east for 2 weeks across the expansive Labrador Plateau to reach the crest of the ancient Laurentian mountain range. From here, we'll cross the height of land into Quebec, where we'll be waiting for a special delivery, and then descend the mountainous Aguanish River 260 kilometers to the coastal village of Aguanish. Matt and I have spent the entire day driving and ferry hopping from Halifax, Nova Scotia to Sept-Îles, Quebec. Tomorrow, we'll take the Tuatin rail line another 300 kilometers north to be dropped off at our starting point. If all goes well, we'll be out in 30 days.
Deux fois?
Ouais.
Deux grands cafés noirs.
Deux cafés noirs.
Parfait.
Puis une œuf McMuffin.
We made it to the train station. It's pretty hectic.
Oh, ici.
We obviously can't speak French that well, and we've been trying to get our stuff onto the train. It's all kind of all over the place, so we really hope everything's there when we get to our takeout at Orway.
First thoughts are, it's big, slightly intimidating.
We're very, very close to where we're going.
Bienvenue, vous avez tout? You got everything?
All good.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Have a nice trip, guys.
Thanks, man.
So we made it. We just got off the train and finished portaging all our gear from the rail line down to the put-in on Lac Eau Claire.
This was actually the hardest part of the trip. I know we say this and it kind of sounds crazy, but there's so much logistics involved with getting you and all your gear to the put-in.
COVID restrictions, ferry schedule, train schedule, dealing with a language barrier.
Find these times when you're trying to get all your stuff into a train, there's a sense of urgency, and when you don't know what they're saying, it kind of like you get into that urgent moment. I really don't like those situations, and I'm always worried about losing something. But luckily, we have all our gear. Both Matt and I are here on this beautiful lake to start this month-long trip.
It's exceeded all my expectations so far. It is like one of the most beautiful lakes I've ever seen.
Just to put into perspective for the folks, what was your longest canoe trip to this date?
4 days. It's a bit of a jump. Yeah, 4 days to 30 days. It's overwhelming, and I'm just really excited to get going. All my pre-trip jitters and anxiety and concerns are starting to fade away, and I'm just getting really really excited about the prospect of spending a month out here.
It is 6:45, and we're gonna get down maybe a few kilometers, maybe 5, maybe 10, just down this lake to find a good campsite for the night. Anyways, this is it, we're here.
This is pretty lumpy, but
Let's do it, bud. It takes a couple days to kind of get your swing of things and remember where everything goes and where everything was. If we can just group a bunch of items in baggies, it'll be a lot easier to like pull them out and have a clearer picture of what we got. Cheers to getting here and being out on the land after 2 years of some crazy times that we've all been in. Oh yeah.
smooth.
Not really.
I'm not a whiskey guy, but I'm gonna be, I think. By the end of this, gonna have to be.
Celebratory for milestones. Chili cheese nacho.
Last time I had to wore these for a couple of days and I had to dig an ingrown toenail out because these things get so tight around your feet.
This is something crazy. It was beautiful yesterday, and it looks like a beautiful day today. Calm, big skies. Our first full day on the water today. Rivière l'Eau Claire.
Ah, l'eau claire.
Rivière à l'Eau Claire.
Ah, l'eau claire.
Rivière à l'Eau Claire.
The river of clear water.
We are entering our next 3 days of meandering river en route to Lac Joseph. This is really nice.
This is beautiful. We are flying. We gotta go right.
See where that rock is, where that fallen tree is?
Yeah.
We'll sneak in behind it, and then river left pretty much the entire way.
Okay.
And just remember, everything's a little more sluggish with a full boat.
Yeah.
We don't have much spots to stop here.
No, we don't, man.
We got her. Hard. Hard, hard, hard. Good back paddle. Forward. Hard. Draw a bit. Beauty. Might be a little bumpy coming out of here. Woohoo! Okay, so those things are a thing.
Well, those aren't marked, FYI.
So we just learned that this river has some rapids in it. Yes, boy!
Oh, dude, it's
This is, we got some stuff. Now, what's the word?
Lunchtime. Yeah, it's nice to get out and stretch my legs. My butt's pretty sore.
Oh yeah. Man, that looks delicious.
Thank you, Kevin. Grab us, Liz. So we had a big moment on the trip. We completed our first and longest map sheet, which was 39 kilometers. So that's done. I think we just crossed over the 40 mark for the trip so far. We've exited that section of La Rivière d'Eau Claire and lifted over this little beaver dam, and now we have hit a lake called Lac Pas d'Eau, or the Lake of No Water. So we're leaving the Clearwater River into the Lake of No Water, and we're gonna find out why it's called that. Any guesses?
There's a little bird just walking on the water.
There's a bird whose legs are about a ½ inch long, and he's standing on bottom out there. So.
We're not dead yet.
What's that expression about being dead in the water?
That was a big moose. We're just paddling along this lake, and Matt says, "Look, moose, right on this island here." That was a good sized moose, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty good. He looked thin, but he had a big rack on. Still in velvet too. He's not done growing them.
Matt, what does it mean, a bull in velvet?
Velvet is like when they grow their antlers, they're covered in, it's just like velvet. It's like a skin with very fine fur on it, and that covers their antlers while they're growing up until basically just before the rut. Then they'll start thrashing them on brush, and they'll actually scrape all of that off, and then that exposes sort of like the antler itself. So this time of year in the summer, they're still growing their antlers, and they're in, that's what you call in velvet. Yeah, he was a good sized bull. One of my big dreams for this trip was to see some big bull moose, and it happened on our first full day, so I really can't ask for much more than that.
Oh, here we go.
And then after that, we've done another 8. So
48 minus 6.
48, that's a 42 kilometer day. And the bugs found us again.
They were just waiting for us to get off the water.
Yeah, I thought it was the heat maybe that got rid of them.
It's about 6 o'clock. It's about 10 hours on the water. We found a nice little spot here. We have to walk a little farther down to camp, but there's also a nice camp spot up there. There are beavers this time. This is a very active area.
Welcome to Matt's Bistro. Matt's famous backwoods curry chicken.
The sun is still very, very high, and it's 8 o'clock. And it's hot too. That sun is really pounding down. A good reprieve from that is to get in the shade. But when you're in the shade, you are in the mosquito's lair. I might do some stretching. I'm gonna brush my teeth. Other than that, not doing too much. The last 2 days of travel, plus the week leading up to it, it was full on prep and planning and going. So it was pretty exhausting. So it is nice just to sit here and really have nothing to do. It's relaxing. Yeah, this sun is beating down right now. And what time is it, Matt?
It's not even. It's just after 6 in the morning, and it's already really hot out here.
How'd you sleep last night?
It took me a little while to fall asleep, but once I did, I think it was pretty good. Woke up a few times just in the morning there.
You had a headache yesterday?
Yeah, I had a really bad headache. I think it was from probably not drinking as much water as I should have, and just like the bright sun all day gave me a pretty wicked headache. Popped a couple Advil, and then those kicked in sometime before bed, and felt better after that. Come meet our friends. We sleep with them every night. Be free.
They're everywhere! In meteorology, did they ever tell you about cumulo mosquito clouds?
Oh, so close. Drew, come on. Come on. God. Oh.
That's it.
I don't know. Oh, Baylor.
Woke up to some hot conditions. 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun's already beaming down on us. It's gonna be a very hot day. And looking at the map, we might actually have a lot of rapids to do today. We're gonna be in the water a lot, which might actually cool us down. Dude, there's like 1,000 mosquitoes just surrounding us right now.
I know.
Woo! Day 3!
Day 3.
The day where you're like, oh shit, we're here for a month.
I kind of had that moment last night. Just when that headache was horrible.
Oh yeah?
And I was kind of just like lying in pain in the tent. And I was like, holy what if I'm getting sick or, anyway.
Yeah.
Those thoughts were all running through my mind. I had to kind of like tame that anxiety back down.
Yeah, those are definitely fair thoughts.
Yeah.
We are getting to the first named rapids on the route. They're pretty loud back there, but it's also pretty bony, so we're not really sure if it's going to be high volume or just a lot of technical maneuvers around rocks. But we're ready. We took our morning poops.
King of the world.
I think, like 11 o'clock almost. I'm gonna bring us around here. Back paddle. Okay. See that tongue? Paddle hard. Draw. Step forward. We got this. Let's paddle this one out. Woo!
First big one of the trip.
There it is. Yeah.
I'm almost thinking like to the left of this big pointy one. Like nothing's great.
It's a big commitment, so we want to kind of have like a general route in mind there. Right behind that rock there. The river constricts, and there's a set of rapids up here that we can hear. We're gonna go assess what it's all about.
Oh man. Ride this out and maybe kind of get ourselves set up in that eddy. Run down, there's another eddy in behind those rocks.
Yeah, it's a safe haven. I think this upper section, we can agree that is good.
Yeah.
And like that, it's that next little kind of turnaround. And the hope is we can just get into that eddy down there. And it might be not so much like a traditional C-turn eddy, but maybe like a back
just
paddle.
a back paddle out.
And just to like get us out of the main current. Forward, forward, out. Back paddle a little bit. Forward. Forward, 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 forward. Wow. Back paddle. Woo! Nicely done, man. That was really good.
That was a fun set. Flat.
Yeah, so we just finished the last set of rapids. The black flies have come out. They've joined the party for the first time of this trip. Who doesn't like a little diversity? Terrain is changing. We're hoping this is a sign that Lac Joseph in 3 kilometers has some sandy beaches for us to be camping on.
Oh, buddy, look at it.
Woo! It's a big lake.
That is a big lake.
Holy smokeroonies! We made it to Lac Joseph. This is a huge milestone. This is the biggest lake of our entire route. It's friggin' huge. We're gonna be paddling over 40 kilometers on this lake. This marks the end of the Clearwater River and the start of our big lake paddling. Big milestone for us. Now, what's up with your face?
I don't know, what is up with my face?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just bug parts and blood.
Did you get them?
I got 5.
Oh, it feels so good to be here. We got this one, a Ticonac. How is it this calm?
I don't know.
This is ridiculous.
you couldn't have drew up better weather to do these big lakes. It's like just dead calm. Right now we are on that point where the Rivière de l'Eau Claire exits into Lac Joseph, and I think we kind of want to shoot for, what do you want to do, just scoot across to this island? And
Yeah, I don't think we have to worry too much about wind, so kind of just a straight line.
So we'll set our bearing. That away.
Oh, dude, is that a beach or is that a sandy point?
I was just looking at that. I do like the idea of being on an island compared to mainland.
Me too. And I'm thinking it is looking like this is a point. And like, so this one is a pretty steep sand, but that's like very flat, gradual sand.
Okay.
Which might be good.
It's probably about 6 o'clock, another full day on the water. From the campsite last night, we learned that the forest is just bug infested, full of mosquitoes. So we were looking for a spot, preferably a beach, that had a lot of front country that we could spend our evening at and our morning. It is bloody hot outside, but we'd rather be very hot than have to deal with all the mosquitoes that are in there.
The bulky Kent Inn. We said there must be camps on this lake.
Yeah,
I guess. I don't know. This one doesn't look like it's been used in quite a while, but
it's pretty nasty in here.
yeah, it's a little gross. Out of all the islands, just to think that like we landed on this one and this is where the camp was. I think I'll still sleep in the tent.
Yeah.
We weren't super smart, and we put all our like jars of like peanut butter, jam, and Nutella, mustard, all that kind of stuff in the bag where they could potentially get squished and bust open. So I sort of unloaded the top third of that barrel into the canoe, and then now I'm reloading it with all the potentially breakable stuff, and then we'll put the soft stuff into the bag where they're not really going to be in any danger.
This is a shepherd's pie. This recipe is from my buddy Kyle. Makes quite a lot. You see there's 2 full bowls here, and we still have leftovers, and we have like 8 more of these, so we'll show you the full process on a later day. This morning we're having Bushwhackers oats, a bomb of 1,000 calories. This is no joke. You really need to be committed to eating this much oatmeal in the morning. 1 cup oats, 1/4 cup protein powder, 1/4 cup powdered peanut butter, 1/4 cup dried cranberries, and 1/4 cup of crushed walnuts. I also added a scoop of powdered greens. It'll all soak right in.
Is the bubbling normal, would you say?
Yeah, that's the process of the Bushwhackers oats accepting the water. It does that in your stomach as well. It's going to be really hot out there today, and one of the biggest concerns for us is getting heat stroke or any sort of heat exhaustion. So 2 things that we're going to keep on board, very accessible: sunscreen and a lot of extra water. We're going to be drinking a lot of fluids today. We're going to be doing frequent stops to have swims to cool off and make sure we don't get too exhausted today from the sun. Over the next 100 kilometers, we'll be traveling across 2 significant lakes of the Labrador Plateau, Lac Joseph and Atikanak Lake, both requiring us to take significant crossings through open water, which will expose us to prevailing winds with little shelter. We'll need good weather to make this work. If not, we could be stuck on one of the many islands for days. The goal is to cross the height of land into Quebec's Romaine watershed in 3 days. Echo! And she bounces all the way around to where we're trying to go, actually. And that's a technique used by some voyagers. They use the echo technique, and they go to where the last echo sound was.
Is that true?
No, it's totally false. I just made that up. Echo! Shit, now we're going this way.
Man, I just thought of a 6-7 syllable phrase for the haiku. The last echo of Lac Joseph.
That's deep.
Because we're going to hit the end of Lac Joseph today.
And that would mean the last echo, too.
Exactly.
Yep! Oh, you can see the fish here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just going around 2 on the sunscreen. It's a super sunny day. So I think every couple hours we're gonna layer back up here. It's kind of our routine is to top off the waters and layer up on our sunscreen. We probably cut out about 10 kilometers of paddling distance by taking this passage that sort of dead ends, and there's a narrows on a peninsula, and we're actually just gonna portage our gear across it because it's only about 100 or 200 meters, and it'll save us a pretty substantial amount of paddling. So that'll probably be our next break point.
There's this potential brute peninsula that we could cross, which is about 200 meters, and we weren't sure if there's going to be a portage or not. But from our first look here, there's a trail. So that is a great sign, because this is some thick bush. Some quick Energizer gummies. These are energy pills. Take a couple of these before a portage, and you'll be feeling all right. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, this is definitely a trail.
This looks well worn.
Sweet. It might be the easiest portage of this trip.
Likely will be. That's the unfortunate part.
So this is going to be the crossing, which is about 6 kilometers. We're going to go off our main route, which hugged the shoreline, because the weather seems pretty decent. So we're going to beeline it to that far beach over there, which is about a 6 kilometer crossing, which is going to be the largest of this trip so far. To the north is the monster arm of Lac Joseph, where you can't even see the end. It looks like the ocean. The prevailing winds come from that direction, so in any stormy weather, the wind here would just be ripping down this corridor. We got really lucky with the weather, guys. Rarely do you see such perfect weather for big lake travel. There is a caribou on this beach we're coming up to. He ran across. I can't talk, I'm too excited. He ran across. He gave us a quick glimpse of himself, but then he just took off into the woods. We're gonna go check it out.
Look how massive the tracks are. Like, I know they're like exaggerated a little bit from the sand, sort of blowing out around the hoof, but the caribou have massive feet, and their hooves splay way out.
And that caribou would have been part of the Lac Joseph caribou herd, which is not a migratory herd. They're actually stationary in this area, and they are endangered. We are very lucky that we had the opportunity to see that. That was very exciting.
One of my dreams for this trip was to hopefully see a caribou, because I'd never seen one in person before, and we knew there was a population in Lac Joseph, and we just saw it. It's a Lac Joseph manatee! What the heck? Station hydrometric station. There's a water line that goes from here down to the lake, and there seems to be like some kind of a pump in there that's sucking up a little bit of water every now and then. But I would assume that they're using it to measure the water levels in the river or the lake. I don't know, it's all just all part of the plan. They're monitoring their power supply, essentially.
We are at our campsite for tonight, and this one might be the best yet. There's a strong wind, there's flat ground, and there's this.
Look at this. Our uninvited dinner guests. We feed on the spaghetti.
You're into spaghetti?
They feed on us. Thus the circle of life is completed. Oh yeah. That one's just a beef spaghetti. Instead of spaghetti noodles, I use rotini just because when you dehydrate spaghetti noodles, well, they stay kind of pointy and they can puncture the bags, so I just use rotini. Parmesan cheese.
We did about 41 kilometers today. Saw a caribou, we finished Lac Joseph. We're camping on a beautiful spot beside the rapids here, and we're both exhausted. So I think it's gonna be an early night for both of us. Maybe a quick swim before bed, but that's about it. See you tomorrow. This morning we'll be traveling through the channel that connects Lac Joseph to Atikamekw Lake. All the water in Lac Jo narrows into the small passage, which is released into the lower elevated Atikamekw Lake. We have no idea of how powerful this section is going to be, but we do know there will be white water. These rivers with a lot of water, it's the current seams you want to be really aware of, rather than rocks and shallow water, the current streams will throw you off course sometimes. You just gotta always brace when you see a change of current. We're coming up on a big set of rapids up here. On the map, this is about 1 kilometer of lines across the river, which means whitewater, and it's pretty loud.
We were thinking about running this right shoreline and then trying to pop into that eddy over there, but the more we looked at it, it's a super tight situation, and one mistake or one bad glance off a rock would shoot us back into the current. At this point, it's still a blind corner. We don't know what's down there. So I think on this one, we're just gonna play it safe, and we're gonna line the right shoreline. That's probably our safer bet at this stage in the game.
We're slowly trying to pick apart the river eddy by eddy, not getting too far ahead of ourselves, and scouting around every blind corner.
Back paddle. Right forward. We gotta go left of this rock here. You good?
We eventually get to the final set that was about 1 kilometer long, with some big white water.
Alright, let's have some fun.
But after a full scout, we agreed that we could do it. Right away, we hit a wave and started to take on water. There was a big hole downriver, and we had to make it to river left for us to have any chance of making it. Now it was a game of not sinking the boat.
Back paddle. Paddle hard, hard. Hard, man, hard. Draw, draw, draw. Forward, hard, hard, hard. Paddle hard as you can, man. We're gonna make it, but we're pretty full. All right, back paddle through this section. We're gonna get to shore. All right, paddle forward. Get ready. This is gonna turn us. Draw, draw, draw.
Yo. Oh. We got away with that one, just barely though.
Oh my god, man.
I don't think I've ever paddled that hard in my life.
We had to, or we would have
Oh, we
flipped
were
in there.
so close to getting sucked into those haystacks. Alright, where's our bailer?
I think we're gonna have to flip this thing.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
So we just danced with the devil there. We almost sunk the boat. It was one of those decisions we made to not put the spray deck on, and we almost got ourselves in a very sticky situation. That was close. One false move or one more wave on top of the boat, we would have sunk it. We almost got away scot-free, other than one thing, and that was the solar panel. I had it wrapped up in a dry bag beside me. I guess it wasn't wrapped up enough, and water got in, and I poured a cup of water out of the bag, and the solar panel's fine, but there's an external hard drive in there that got a little wet. and I'm a little nervous that that thing is in trouble. We use that to recharge our gear, and this is also Alex's, so I feel very bad about this. And I really hope that we can dry it out and it works again, because that kind of sucks. We came around the corner on this lake, and there's this monster power line. Really close to the water too. We might actually get underneath it. These power lines are part of the 1969 contract between Labrador and Quebec, connecting Churchill Falls, Labrador to the Hydro-Quebec power grid. The intent of the Newfoundland and Labrador Premier, Joey Smallwood, was to develop the natural resources of the Big Land. Due to Churchill Falls' remoteness, cash flow, and politics, Smallwood had his back to the wall and agreed to very favorable conditions for Quebec. The contract gave the right to Hydro-Quebec to purchase the majority of Churchill Falls' hydroelectricity until 2041 at a really low fixed price. As of 2019, the contract has yielded approximately $28 billion in profit for Quebec, compared to $2 billion for Newfoundland and Labrador. As you would expect, Newfoundland and Labrador is pissed and wants some of that cheddar. Matt, how do you feel right now?
Yo, my watch is going backwards now. Yeah, like a little on edge, to be honest. These things are not all that high. You kind of want to huddle low in the boat as we go under. That was random. They were probably just as surprised to see us. I took a walk around the corner and the wind is super strong. So I don't know if we really want to be dealing with that big bay crossing there. But there is a little sneak around here we can do that's only like 50 meters to connect this point that we're on with another little cove. And I think if we can make that, it will burn a lot less energy. See how I landed that one in the wood pile?
The external hard drive that we flooded today, we had it in Matt's bag for the last set of whitewater. It looks like it turned on by accident in Matt's bag, which means it works. So we are not down an external hard drive. Let's do one more test right now just to make sure. Power on. We're back in business. Today we learned two valuable lessons. Put the spray deck on in big water and keep the electronics in a safe place. Both of these slip-ups were symptoms of rushing. Patience is a virtue that's magnified when stakes are high, and luckily we were only subtly reminded of how quickly things can go wrong. Tonight our minds are on the weather, as conditions are starting to look worse for our big lake crossing of Atikanak Lake tomorrow. Things are changing. Overnight, it was a strong northwesterly wind. The weather has shifted and it is really cold and rainy this morning. Totally different living now.
Good morning.
Welcome to new weather.
Yeah, this ain't the tropical beach vacation anymore. I woke up and one point and the tent was just shaking. Holy cow. Yeah, that's the key to a good seal on a dry bag is the sumo slam.
Today we hope to finish the big lake paddling. We're trying to line ourselves up for the height of land crossing, and that means we need to do about 35 kilometers on this lake today, and the wind is definitely going to play a factor in that because we have a couple large crossings where this direction of wind will not be favorable for us. We'll have to make a lot of good decisions out there. Safety is number one, but the goal today is to get to the start of our height of land crossing for tomorrow. As we came around the corner, I saw a wolf looking at us on the shoreline.
What about up here? It's nice and flat right there.
Came around the corner and turned around.
Yeah, probably a wolf. Really cool.
So far it hasn't been too bad because we've been on the leeward side of islands, but we're about to get exposed into the main section of the lake. The first section is going to be alright because we're going downwind, but once we get around the next island, we're going to be totally exposed to the rest of the lake. The wind is coming from the northwest, so we're going to go up this way, tailwind, and then here we're going to be totally exposed all the way to here. So we're going to reassess our situation once we get to that island, which might mean a hunker down for a bit.
We literally could not go any further, and there's the beach. Yeah. Perfect spot to wait out this wind.
Dude, we have so much real estate.
They just need a minute.
It is windy, and we need to go right across the section. The wind's got to die down quite a lot before we can do that. This is when you got to be patient. So we've gone as far as we can. We're windbound on an island, but luckily we found this nice beach to wait it out.
There's a huge dead birch tree up in there. Ooh. So at least one other canoe party has been windbound on this beach before us. Just go up there to harvest some firewood, and there's an old saw cut limb up there, which is kind of cool. Parmesan cheese, thyme, and crushed fennel. Woo! Straight up. That's a good combo, isn't it?
Yeah, that's some gourmet Bannock.
Yeah.
You could sell that at like a pizzeria as an appetizer. We've been looking at the weather, monitoring the waves, and it's about 6 o'clock at night now. So we've been on this beach for about 6.5 hours. And it looks like we're gonna stay here tonight. And we're gonna get up early tomorrow to do the crossing then, hoping that the waves are a little smaller and the wind's a little lighter. The wind and the weather dictates your ability to travel. And you need to be able to be flexible and patient in times when you can't travel.
I'll take a second to boil up another one.
We got up at 4 o'clock today because we're gonna make that crossing. Matt went to scout and it's looking good.
Oh yeah. Golden pony boy.
This spot yesterday may have killed us, but now it's a quite pleasant morning commute. A light breeze coming from the north, and we're totally exposed and there's not much. We just paddled about 6 kilometers in the open water over there, and we stopped on this really cool peninsula. It's an exposed sand spit that's elevated. This is actually formed from a glacial deposit, and it's been reworked in the last 10,000 years by the weather systems that come through here. And you can tell this because of all the different sorts of rocks and rubble that are unsorted. There are a lot of eskers in the area as well, which you can see on the maps, but this is not an esker. This is a kame, which is a mound of sand, gravel, and till that accumulates in a depression of a retreating glacier. An esker is a long winding ridge of sand, gravel, and till that forms within the meltwater streams beneath a retreating glacier. It's before noon and we've already done about 22 kilometers, and that has got us to the end of this lake, which means we're done the big lake crossings. It's official. Woo, lunchtime!
You excited for food?
Yeah, buddy.
I actually dug in the bear barrel to find these. I was pretty excited to eat them. I'm saving these pepperettes.
How does it feel to be done the big lakes?
It feels really good. They're more is in our control now. When we were on those big lakes, we were really at the mercy of the weather, and we were really lucky on Lac Joseph, but then we got unlucky on Atikonak. It's nice to know that now there will be tough times ahead, but it's just a matter of us pushing through them. And it's, other than maybe one big lake, it's not too likely we're gonna get windbound again. So that's nice.
And the next chapter is right behind us, and that is a height of land crossing. We're gonna be leaving Labrador and entering Quebec onto the Romaine River. It's gonna be about 12 kilometers, and looking at a map, we're gonna be following a creek for a bit, which will soon peter out into a full-on bog crossing. Because of our delays yesterday, we might end up sleeping in the bog tonight. All the forest around us has been burnt. You can kind of tell how old burn is based on the amount of undergrowth and the type of undergrowth. We're seeing lots of blueberry bushes and lab tea, so I don't know, maybe the last 10 years. Let us know what you guys think about the age of this burn. There's still some charcoal on the trees, but we don't know.
She is tightening up the old blue line. You getting claustrophobic in here?
I'm scared.
Scared of what's to come?
It's getting tighter.
One more. Okay.
Holy shit.
Nobody move. Oh, Noah, I don't have much time here.
You're good. Focus on the shoreline.
Okay. All right. Whoa. Whoa. All right. We have the boat. What was that? You just took off without me.
It's dried up on us. We're walking up the river now, which is not a good sign. How do you get over there? Get this shit. The flaws are full on.
Thank God for bug jackets, man.
And my nuts are so hot right now from these dry pants. They're just holding all the moisture. They're working against me.
We've got about a 3 or 4 kilometer long still water ahead of us. We're probably just gonna paddle along this until we see somewhere nice to camp and call it a day, because we're both pretty beat. And then we'll pick up the journey through the bog tomorrow.
How long have we been traveling today?
12 hours on the dot.
Not good.
At some point today, or maybe before today, we just noticed it that there's a crack in the bottom of the canoe, like a U-shaped crack, underneath where our food barrels were. So something like a rock we must have gone over it, and it pushed up and sort of cracked the interior layer of the canoe, which is problematic considering we have another 450 kilometers to paddle.
Do that knock again. Right here.
Anything there?
There's nothing.
Okay.
That's good.
I'm gonna give it a little clean up with water, and then we have the alcohol swabs in the first aid kit. I'm gonna wash it with that. It's got to be sanded down, epoxy, fiberglass cloth, more epoxy, and then we'll let it cure overnight.
The boat we're using is a 16-foot Skiff Canyon. This is the exact same boat we used for the Boreal to Barren Lands expedition 2 years ago. Through the years, I've dragged it across forests, down mountains, through creeks, and I've even pinned it.
1, 2, 3.
But eventually, everything has a breaking point, and we really hope it's not going to be on this trip.
Okay, so we're just getting ready to start fixing this crack. What I did so far was I just got a couple buckets of water and cleaned the bottom of the canoe really well. Let it dry in the sun for about a half an hour, and then I grabbed an alcohol swab out of the first aid kit and gave the whole area around that crack a really good scrubbing. As I brought some sandpaper, so I'm just gonna rough that surface up where we're gonna put our patch in. And I brought a couple of these 2-part epoxy sticks. Mix for 20 seconds and apply it, the base coat. I probably should have just applied it right to the boat. I brought some a big package of fiberglass cloth, and then I'm going to lay down a sheet of fiberglass over the crack, and then more epoxy over that. This stuff's already hard. I put on a second layer of the fiberglass cloth just to give it a little extra strength. It's not pretty, but
It's authentic. Matt and I are dehydrated, hot, sweaty, uncomfortable. We had a cracked canoe that's now partially fixed, and we just want to go to bed. It's been a long day, and we want to get out of the bog tomorrow. We're boiling some water for chili. Matt is prepping all our gear.
anything we can do to make us faster tomorrow.
And other than that, we are going to bed because we're done for the day. Seems pretty good. Nice and hard. You think she'll hold?
She better.
For another 400 kilometers. So yesterday, the black flies were absolutely outrageous, and we were expecting the same today. So I'm going to show you my bug barrier that I plan on using today, which has worked well for black flies, not so well for mosquitoes. So first thing, most important thing, is to have an original bug jacket. One thing I noticed with the newer models, their zipper comes from the bottom here, which is not that good for when you want to poke your head out, because you can't really see that well when you're in this, and you need to be able to scout rapids and portage. You want to be able to see what you're doing. So Matt and I got zippers installed on the top so you could peek your head out. So when you're on rapids and portage, you can still see. The problem is now black flies can get in, but they're not as accessible to your neck, but they can still get into your temples. So I use a buff, and this is the Bushwhacker buff. You can actually get this from our website too. We sell these, and I put them around my head just like this, and then when the bugs are really bad, I just get a spritz of musk gall and just hit my temples, because that's the #1 spot on me black flies love to hit. So just do a quick spray there, spray there, maybe just one of these for fun. So this zipped up just so I could peek through. Bug shirt tucked into my dry pants. Now I'm ready to bushwhack all day in the bugs. Try it out, let me know what you guys think.
Oh, that bag's getting nice and light now. I like that.
Ready there, bucko?
Ready.
The height of land between Labrador and Quebec is not a mountain peak, rather a region of elevated string bog and beaver creeks that act as a division between two watersheds. Traditionally, height of lands were used to establish territory boundaries between the indigenous people, and more recently, political boundaries between Labrador and Quebec. We know we have about 8 kilometers of uncertainty before reaching the flowing waters of Quebec's Romaine River. Son of a bitch.
Maybe we should just hop right up and have a look. See where the next paddleable section is.
Take a little boo.
Yeah, let's have a boo.
It was too much to drag the canoe, so we're just gonna portage around. But this burn is actually helping us out. It's thinned out the terrain a bit. Today is gonna be all about taking our time and being consistent with moving forward and not make any rash decisions which could hurt ourselves or break gear. We still have a long ways away until we're done this trip.
Ooh, I don't know now. Should we turn around? I think this is leading us astray, man.
Ooh, it's gonna be tight. But not out of the question.
Getting wider.
You go this way. This portage right here, this is the height of land. We're portaging out of Labrador and into Quebec, which means we have to start speaking French as we navigate rivers and portages. But je ne parle pas français. We are going to cross this portage like a couple of chevaux. Is that horses? Cheval.
Height of land, right here. Downhill from here.
Bonjour mes amis, bonjour. Petit lapin, petit lapin.
Woo!
I had a dream last night. I saw the oceans on fire. The fight of people for their history and home. All remains a mystery and
Yeah, that's good.
I
Push it
saw
forward.
the birth of a nation running the towers in sun. I saw them digging, looking for something. And I saw them drowning in their own coffin.
As you can probably tell, the stream has petered out into a beaver slip and slide. We're just doing the best we can to get the boat and us down the most efficient way possible, which is just dragging through this small stream.
I saw the dark sky crumbling upon the billions of spreaders.
Sometimes it gets deep.
A flood of hunters from their face. Cutting closer,
Just like that.
like the light What if this night will last forever? Could all the kings be born to suffer? A gloomy grey field of the trees, green mother.
All right, this is gonna get, we gotta go under these. Holy smokers.
Okay.
This is gonna be tough. I don't know. It's just so thick. I just don't even see a passage, man. It's like, it's pretty thick. Can you push forward a bit?
Yep.
Every once in a while it gets a little too choked up with alders. We need to portage. But every time we turn a corner and we see another passage that's manageable, we get happy. We've been at this for all day, actually. It's probably about 2:30 after the height of land crossing. We've been doing the beaver shuffle for hours. It just never ends. But we know the Romaine is getting close, and that's keeping our spirits high.
You're not the way you were,
The creek goes nowhere.
and it's not the way.
The next best option is portage. And as the crow flies, that's about 1.5 kilometers. No easy way.
It was pretty crushing. We portaged all our stuff through a swamp and super thick forest and alder to get back to the creek that we had been tracking the boat down. Got our boat loaded, made it like 20 feet down the creek around a bend,
I don't know if this is possible.
and then it just totally choked off on us again. And we had to pull all our stuff back up out of the creek, through the alders.
And I said you walk away. I said you walk.
We didn't make it. That river dried up. We started portaging, and the bush is thick, and we're sleeping here tonight.
Keep my weakness out. Forget
Everything that we were wearing today was soaked. Inside from sweat, outside from rain. You know, sometimes that's how it goes though. You just gotta go with the days. Do as best you can, and at the end of the day, just sleep where you can.
Today is a new plan. There's a river about 500 or 600 meters to our east, and we're just gonna portage straight to it. And it's a little more substantial. It's got marked rapids on it. We can hear the rapids from camp. So that's gonna be our plan for the day, is to try and portage all of our gear that way and hopefully hit that river. That river will connect us to the Romaine, and then we'll carry on with our trip.
How long do you think it'll take us to get there?
Depends on how open it is. There's a couple bog on the map, so that might, if we could skirt the edges of the bogs, we might be able to do it a little quicker. But if it's thick like this and the stuff at the end of our portage yesterday, it's probably gonna be an all morning deal. We're doing a 600 or 700 meter portage trying to reach this more substantial river and get off this little creek that we've been following. And to do that, we've got to basically just follow a straight bearing from where we're at to where we want to go. Right now we're camped here, so the way we do this is the declination's already set in this compass for this map at 20 degrees west. You just line the edge of the compass up and point it the direction that you want to go, and then we turn our dial so that our north-south lines on the compass dial line up with the grid lines on the map, and you can shimmy it along to get it to line up. Now that's our bearing. So we're going 76 degrees. So slightly north of east. And then all we have to do is hold up our compass and turn. So that's our direction of travel. There. And we'll just follow that bearing and eventually we'll hit that river.
As we were going, Matt did some blazing so we could follow our same route back. So far the train's not as bad as the yesterday's portaging. Hear that? That is the sound of moving water. Glorious. First time that thing's seen water in like 16 hours.
Give me some knucks here.
Oh yes, we did it. We're out of the bog.
So good, man.
What a hellhole.
Dude, that's it. The Romaine River.
The Romaine River!
Oh, we made it. Oh, God. What a slog. Look at that flow. Man.
The Romaine River is renowned as one of Quebec's longest and wildest rivers. Starting at the Labrador-Quebec plateau, the Romaine flows over 500 kilometers through Côte-Nord before emptying out in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. The river has a deep history of being the ancestral hunting and fishing grounds for the Innu, and more recently, a world-class whitewater river for thrill-seeking boaters. However, in 2009, Hydro-Quebec started the construction of the $8.5 billion Romaine Hydroelectric Complex, which consists of 4 dams and generating stations and has been regarded as one of Canada's biggest infrastructure developments. This plan has been seen as controversial. The project is either regarded as an innovative approach to sustainable energy and job opportunities, or unnecessary, unprofitable, and ecologically destructive. Today, the landscapes of the Romaine have indefinitely been changed, and the river is no longer navigable below the 4th dam. Our route will take us about 120 kilometers above this section before we branch off and leave the river.
We've got a lot of updates to catch up on too, like haven't been marking campsites and anything like that.
We've been on a blackout.
Yeah.
Other than getting across that bog.
Oh wow, we are very close to lack of that. We can easily
close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5K. Okay. That's easy.
I don't know. Maybe there's good camping on Lac Brûlé.
That's a big lake. The Romaine opens up into a lake, which is known as Lac Brûlé, and it's about 34 kilometers long. A few days ago I said our big lake paddling was done. Well, that does not include Lac Brûlé.
Oh, there's a little nook.
Definitely a campsite.
No way. Oh, oh, yes. That is what we needed.
We're on rock.
The only beach we found on Lac Brûlé, and it is beautiful. When people used to paddle the Romaine, I bet a lot of them would stop at this campsite because it's the only beach peninsula that we've seen, or any camping that we've seen for the first 5 kilometers on this lake. And you can tell there's a lot of other signs of people being back here.
Yeah, stovepipe. It doesn't get better than having a beach campsite with a tent pad not on the beach. That's pretty rare.
You didn't have that yet.
I haven't had it yet. You get the best of both worlds because you can have the nice beach experience without getting the tent all summer.
And it's gonna be great for drying our stuff after that bog crossing. And washing our bodies, because we stink. This is what a couple clean dudes look like.
Feels so good. So good.
Matt, did you think you'd be where you are now this morning while we were in the bog?
Absolutely not. It's so hard to picture, like when you're in that situation, so hard to picture ever getting out of it or it ending at any point. It's like all you could think of is being stuck in the bog. But we made it out.
We did make it out.
And it feels so good to be clean.
Dinner tonight is shepherd's pie. Dehydrated ground beef, frozen vegetable mix you can get, some spices, some barbecue sauce, add instant mashed potatoes and gravy to it. But before we have that, because we crossed the height of land, we need to celebrate. And bartender Matt is setting up a cocktail for us. We'll see what he's got going on over there.
We need a level work area.
Matty B, the bartender of Lac Brûlé. Have you had much customers over the last few years?
It's very slow this season, yeah. Making a little celebratory cocktail with what we happen to have. So it's gonna be, the only cocktail we could really think we could make would be like a take on a whiskey sour. So we're gonna be calling these Whiskey Brûlés. We have some 40 Creek whiskey, a sack full of water, a lemon lime Mio Sport, and then for a little added kicker, we're each gonna toss in a couple of our gummies from tomorrow's snack pack.
Alright, serve them up, boy.
All right. Maybe water next.
Oh, you had a squirt.
Right now?
Yeah.
You want to squirt in there now?
I think it'll add to the drama of the cocktail.
Okay. Mio Sport next. We'll have all our electrolytes after this one.
Wow.
Well, they're whiskey sours. They're whiskey sours, so they got to be sour, right?
This is a 50-50.
You need a good 2-second squirt of
Oh
meal.
my god.
All right. Give these a little swish. Get that homogenized in there. And then I think
It has the color of green blue algae.
it does. A blue raspberry and a watermelon go in there for a little, I don't know, garnish, I guess. Let those soak. Get them all saturated. Try that. Man, it's too bad we don't have Instagram out here. We could boomerang cheers these. All right, I think this is you.
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh yeah.
That is sour.
It's supposed to be a whiskey sour, so.
Yeah.
Oh, that is good. I could drink a couple of those. Who would have thought this morning when we were portaging through a bog that this evening we would be sitting on a beach with no bugs by a fire sipping cocktails.
You're a new man today, Matt.
Oh, I am new. Did laundry, took a bath, swept out the tent, dried all our clothes. Like we did, everything got reset today. It's like day one of another trip. Oh man.
Don't be getting too loose on those whiskey brulees.
There might be a few more of these coming tonight. There's another lemon lime in there somewhere. There's 2 of every flavor, so.
The trick with this is you want to rehydrate the beef before adding the potatoes. The potatoes are instant, they instantly turn into mashed potatoes, and if you put them in together, you're gonna have potatoes that are ready to go and crunchy beef and vegetables. So pretty much rehydrate your vegetables and beef completely before adding your mashed potatoes. We've also found that these 2 bags make a little too much mashed potatoes for us, so we do a bag and a half with 1 cup of dehydrated ground beef and 1 cup of dehydrated vegetable mix. And that's enough to be full for 2 guys. And gravy, of course.
Next is the gravy. Ruh-roh. It's the gravy train pulling into the station. You got a spider crawling up your leg.
What you doing?
Once the gravy is ready, I add a little more hot water and the second half pack of instant mashed potatoes to the bowl. This heats up the entire batch before serving.
Going from literally 50% of our day was going from here to here. And then the rest, the other 25.5K were in the second half of the day.
It wasn't death, it wasn't flight. It wasn't dead, it wasn't blood, it wasn't crime. The day the angels fell. It wasn't lust, it wasn't sad.
Very, very calm morning. If it holds up like this, it's gonna be great traveling down this lake today. There's this odd time in the morning before it gets too warm that there are no bugs. And it's a very beautiful time to be alive.
That's been like the one part of my body that hasn't been sort of recovering daily is my shoulders. So trying to do lots of stretching to keep them in good paddling shape. I think it's just a weak rotator cuff thing.
First fish of the trip. Felt little head shakes. Coming in like really quickly.
Like a snot rocket?
Had it really far out there. Oh, it's off!
Oh no. We'll just assume it was a tiny little snot rocket that we wouldn't have kept anyway.
Yeah, not like a little juicy brook trout.
No, or a big old laker.
We have left Lac Brûlé and we're entering Lac Levois. And we're looking down about 4K to the other side, and there's 100% some human infrastructure down there. And we know that the Romaine Dam is another 80 kilometers or so downriver. So this might be part of that complex. We're gonna go check it out because that's the way we gotta go. From far away, this beach looked like a dam. It's not a dam at all. It's an outpost or fishing lodge or someone's homestead. We're just gonna see if anyone's home.
Looks like a bear got in here before us. Yeah. We'll keep hunting and fishing. Yeah. La part en avant n'est pas pareil. Merci. Front door not locked. Let's go check out the front door.
Jesus.
The stove is all ripped out. The gas lines for the stove probably came in through the wall and the bear hauled the stove out and pulled the wall in. It doesn't look like it's been abandoned. Oh my god. Make sure the bear's not still in here.
This thing got murdered.
Yep. Yeah, this place got totally wrecked.
This camp got absolutely destroyed by a bear. And it looks like in pretty good shape, other than the fact that it got absolutely destroyed by a bear. Looks to be a fishing and hunting camp.
They were here from June 25th to July 6th, 2019 was the last trip. And their last thing was final thoughts. Although we couldn't use our water tower and the four-wheeler broke down on the last day, camp looks fantastic and fishing was epic.
All right, that was pretty crazy to see.
It looks like we found a logbook, and it looks like a lot of the owners, looks like it's a shared camp, and a lot of the owners are from the United States. The last log is 2019, and that's kind of where COVID started. So it sounds like, well, it seems like, that they haven't been able to come up to Canada because of COVID restrictions, and in that time, a bear came in and ripped it all apart. So I did find some contact information in there. When we get back home, I'll give them a shout to let them know, hey, your camp has been mauled by a bear, and some repairs are gonna have to be done. A lot of the stuff is superficial, a lot of just garbage around, but there are some walls that are being ripped out and some other fundamental issues with like the freezer and the deep freeze and a couple other things that would need to be replaced. But overall, that sucks to see. Bears are scavengers, and they will do whatever they can to get into a place where they think food is. And perfect example, this place has not been seen for 2 years, a bear gets in. Tough luck for these guys. You saw trout rising, eh?
Yeah, I did. Not a big one, but like I did see a fish rise up just before that rapid. Ooh, nice little one to get our whitewater boots back on.
Yeah. Holy smokers!
I'm gonna run out of line here. Now, I mean, my rod's not the heaviest duty thing around, but still.
What pound test do you have?
I don't know. A lot of bulldogging.
Go force them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to be. I don't really know how strong this line is. It's just some shit that's laying around that I threw on.
Why'd you go do that?
Well, it was like, it was on the rod from trout fishing this spring. What is, I think it might, is that a whitefish? Oh, it's a pike. Just a big pike.
It is a big pike.
He snapped me off. I don't know if I should be using this line.
I don't think so.
I think I'm gonna have to change it up. I'll put on that Power Pro that I got in the repair kit. Oh, that's frustrating.
That could be like 8 pound monofilament.
Yeah. You want to go to shore?
I make a move.
He's gonna go. Jesus. That is a big ass pike. You want pliers?
Yes.
It's a big pike.
Look at that, Betty.
Did he take that again?
What's that?
Oh, I thought he hooked himself on the way out. She packs a punch, man.
Woo! There's some spice.
Yep.
I like it.
Whoa! It tingles in your mouth for a while.
It smacks you in the head. It's because you packed 3 ramens into a small pot.
Into a small pot, yeah.
Oh, that's
I was debating like leaving out one of the spice packs, but like, nah.
No, man, spice is one thing that we don't get often out here.
It's a weird spice though. Like it doesn't burn. It like tingles in your mouth.
It's oriental spice. This site isn't too bad.
It's not terrible. We've had worse. I'll take it over a bog. Let's put it that way.
We are kind of on an angle there.
It's okay.
As soon as I set it up though, and saw the inside just dry, it just like gave me a sense of security.
Yeah, it's nice, eh?
Yeah.
It is true. Like, the tent is a constant out here. Everything changes around you, but inside the tent is constant. By the time I finish this, that'll have burned down to coals again. And then I can just start doing pancakes. I could also just do the cornbread now, and it wouldn't take me long to do pancakes in the morning. Probably take no longer than boiling water for oatmeal.
If you have the energy in the fire now, it might just save you.
Yeah, that's true.
Time tomorrow morning. But you're calm, man. You're the chef. Oh, that was some spicy ramen.
That was.
We have finished Lac Brûlé and a couple lakes below it, which means we've completed the down river lake paddling for a while. And tomorrow we start on the Sénécal River. The Sénécal River is about 80 kilometers long, and we'll be going up it. It's a bunch of lakes strung together by a river, and this is the portion of the trip where we had the least amount of information on. It's the mystery portion, and we're very excited to see what these rapids look like that we'll be going up. We might be portaging, we might be tracking, we might be dragging the boats. Who knows? But we'll find out tomorrow.
Can you get nudes on an inReach? Maybe you can, and I just don't know about it. All right, ready for some cornbread action?
That looks like icing mix,
Yeah, we're gonna do the cake icing method. That's not a big enough hole.
I'm gonna burst out this.
It's a learning process. There we go. Now it's coming. I'm sure it'll be pretty. Like a smaller river system.
Yeah.
Which will be kind of nice. After having done the bog, definitely not as nervous about it. I was quite nervous about that 80K upriver. I was like, oh, we're only going to do like 5K a day, and we're going to be, you know, slogging and not making any progress. But trying to figure out on the trip, because I'd never done a trip this long, like, what would it take to break me mentally? And I feel like if the bog didn't break me mentally, the Sénécal River won't break me mentally. And that's what I was nervous about. Like, all anxiety that I had about this trip was not about, like, so much like our safety. I mean, obviously, like, that's something to be worried about, but like, it wasn't what I was anxious about. My anxiousness was about like whether or not I could handle mentally what we were gonna have to do.
Yeah.
And like how much it would suck. A little crispy.
Caramelized.
A little Nutella, fix that right up. Oh man, would you mind grabbing me like a Ziploc bag or something for these when they're done? That'd be awesome.
This entire trip, it's like a bag of mixed nuts. You got a little bit of everything. You got big lake travel, bog crossings, down river travel, you got up river travel, and you got some wild whitewater. And that's exactly what we're looking for. And that's what the Maze to the Aguanish is all about. Whew.
Just as the sun goes down.
How'd you sleep?
Really well. That was probably one of the best sleeps I've had. I only woke up like once. Other than that, I was just out.
Our route was designed to descend the Aguanish River, and the only way to get there is to go up the Sénécal to cross the height of land into the Aguanish watershed. The Sénécal is a tributary of the Romaine and drains the surrounding wetlands to the east. This section is one of the crux of the trip. We don't know if the river will have too much or not enough water to make the 80 kilometers to the Aguanish. Matt and I have been anxiously awaiting the Sénécal for the entire trip.
ever tracked a canoe before, Matt?
Canoe? I have not.
So we know these rivers are going to be steep, and worst case we can portage and bushwhack along the shoreline, but ideally we can track and drag our canoes upriver. It's about picking apart a rapid, same as you would going down the rapids, but we are going up.
See that deep water channel, Matt?
There's a nice little nook right to the far left we can hit, eh?
Yeah. Once you're secure, why don't you go right up to the top?
The rapids were getting too gnarly, so we had to get to shore, and we're gonna portage the rest of this. Take your time, Noah. Take your time. Why am I so close to the river? Can't. Oh my god. This is so thick. She's open a bit. Glad we found each other.
Yeah, I had no idea where you were. I was just stumbling. I went way too close to the river.
Same. We never learned. The river has the thickest bush on the perimeter.
Yeah.
If we follow the big trees, that has the least disturbance and it's like the most open. We just like have to go around rather than like crash through all the thick brush there.
Yeah. There's lots of holes and shit in there. Like a couple of those holes are 3-4 feet deep.
Yeah. Super dangerous.
At one point, I think like every strap on this barrel must have been like hooked on a branch and I was stuck and like, come on, just let me through. Pulling at stuff. What do you want to do? Second load to here and then finish it off?
Yeah, I'm down to do that. Take a break.
Yeah.
Yes! Holy smokers, eh?
Yeah, that was a hell of a portage.
Alright guys, that was a pretty gnarly portage. But we learned a valuable lesson there. For portaging around these rapids, search for high ground. A lot easier than the thick bush and alders that line these rapids.
I'm stoked for the cornbread.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. I'm stoked mostly just to eat peanut butter and jam. Like the cornbread is just the thing that I eat it on.
Yeah.
I'm loving that jam out here.
Look around the corner here though. Nice channel all the way up.
Yeah.
It's pretty good, eh?
It's very manageable.
Unless we think we could come around that island and like line up sort of the middle and then hook in. It's probably safer than trying to carry our gear to this point. Like we'll slip and twist an ankle or something on these. So. How's my hair? Looking good? Flip that thing around for me. Oh yeah. The Elvis hair might come in yet.
There's some gray in there.
Yeah, there's gonna be a few more by the end of this.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We got to portage around this one.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Everything's in one piece? Oh man, that was close.
I'm good. The river choked up on us again. We crashed through the alders to get into the forest, and where we stand right here, it's pretty open. So I think the plan is to bypass this next couple sections where we see downriver that there's a lot of whitewater and go over the peninsula about 500 meters. I'm not crying blood. That is from a black fly bite.
How's the old peeper doing?
So far the forest has been pretty open. It's still tough work, don't get me wrong.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Let's go. Yeah, every step is critical when you're, especially when you have like 80 pounds on your back.
You just want to push and get through it, but you get so tired, like whatever it is, 90 pounds or something. Yours is probably freaking 120. At some point you're just going to take a wrong step and fall into one of these holes and break an ankle.
Oh my God. I don't know if I've ever been so focused on not breaking an ankle. Ah, let's go. Let's go. We did it, dude.
That was a very tough day. We portaged around 2 big sets of rapids, and the bush was pretty thick, and there was a lot of opportunities to really hurt ourselves in there. The terrain was uneven, we were carrying heavy weight, and the thickness of those alders literally just traps you. We did a really good job of not getting injured today. The Canoe River is about 80 kilometers long, and we did about 14 kilometers today. So there's still a lot more work ahead of us. It's day 12. There was frost last night. It's pretty cold. But we did check the weather on the Garmin, and it's supposed to get up to 26 degrees today. That's hot. That's really hot. And if we have to bushwhack, it's gonna be hot and buggy. But we'll take what we can get. This thing is about 7 inches long. It looks like a string. It looks like an eel or something. I have no idea what this is. If you guys know what this is, let me know in the comments below.
I don't know if I should find it reassuring, but I do find it reassuring that I can hear rapids, but they're the ones below us. And I don't hear the ones above us.
It's gonna be another tough day on the river. And I thought I should sing a tune for good passage. The Senecal, the Senecal, the mosquitoes are thick, we'll need that Benadryl. Oh man, it's gonna be shivers as we track up the river to the height of land. Yeah, baby boy. Thank you, seagulls!
So far, so good. We can see pretty far, and it's just this subtle current that we can track pretty efficiently. Woo!
Tracking is a skill set every canoe should have in their toolkit. Pretty much, you walk the boat up the river using the current to your advantage. To me, tracking is an art form, and style and grace can turn this into a dance with the river, constantly reading the current and playing on angles. The goal is to keep the boat away from the shoreline and in the deep water channel. You do this by angling the nose against the current to push the boat to the left or to the right. Your angle's based on the strength of the current, and because rivers are turbulent, you'll constantly be adjusting it. If the current is strong, you'll close the angle. If it's weak, you'll open it up. The gear we use are two 30-foot lines of 9mm floating rope, one attached to the bow and one to the stern. We found that this length is enough that you can comfortably get around obstacles, but not too long that it's a nuisance to manage. Having two lines is also important for being able to angle the boat from side to side. Tracking can be done with one or two people. We prefer having two. There's not a cloud in the sky, and we're getting a bonus 10 kilometers of paddling in before we get to the next set of rapids. This has been a nice change over the last 24 hours. This is the first lake where we're seeing substantial mountains forming on the west shore. What do you think, Matt?
I think that's the east shore.
Retake. On the east shore over here. What do you think, Matt?
It's fake now, I can't do it. After what the slog that yesterday was, it just feels really nice to paddle in a warm, calm lake with beautiful scenery. That's what it's all about. Gotta endure the hard times so you can appreciate the good times.
We've approached the set of rapids leaving this lake. It's about 1 kilometer long. We are open to accept whatever comes our way, but we're both very scared that this is going to be very difficult. There's some shimmering white water. We know we've done it yesterday, we can do it again today. After this set, there's about 20 kilometers or so of paddling. So, eye on the prize.
Nothing to do but go get it done. We had a good training yesterday, so. Beauty.
Slide your feet across here.
Yeah.
And then you go up. Let me know when you're secure. Yeah. We are finding a lot of moose activity on our portages. When they go the same direction as us, they're actually quite helpful. So moose is essentially like a canoe traveling through the woods. So it would take the path of least resistance. And that's what we wanted to do. Also, fun fact, this entire woods here has some of the best moss toilet paper that you'll find. Let me get a good patch for you here to show you. You want moss with long roots that are relatively all consistent and kind of moist. You want to be able to squeeze it and get a couple drips of water to come out. Let's try it out. Little drip. Up. This is some of the best stuff because it absorbs and it's dense and it's cool. This entire forest floor is full of butt wipes. It's amazing. I wish I could go to the washroom right now to show you guys. Short portage right in the end, maybe like 50 meters, but other than that, we tracked the entire thing. Awesome. When you expect the worst, it's not that bad.
Oh, the day is getting on. It's getting close to dinner time. The sun's been beaten down all day, and we're on the final lake, trying to get to a campsite for the evening. We see narrows on the map that show a potential waterfall, so we're gonna try to get to there if we can. When it's really hot like this and you're working hard all day, it drains your energy, and we're pretty pooped, so we're looking forward to getting off the lake and being thankful for the clear passages today on the river sections. We got to the waterfall, not much of a waterfall, more of just a set of rapids. And we're looking for somewhere to camp. And we pull over to the side of the rapids here, and we find an actual marked portage. And guys, we're pretty remote. If you look at where we are on a map, it looks pretty old with a lot of fallen trees over the trail, but this is huge. Other than that camp a couple days ago, this is the only signs of human activity that we've seen out here. And it seems random just to be in the middle of this lake at a set of rapids, and we didn't see them at any other sets of rapids. We got a water boiling, tent set up, and we're ready for bed pretty much after we eat a hearty meal. We are at the headwaters of the Canoe River, which is Canoe Lake. And there's a smaller channel that enters Canoe from the height of land, which drains all the wetlands up there. And we're taking that tomorrow to hopefully reach the Aguanish River in a few days. We have about 8 kilometers of lake paddle before a lot of potential lining or potentially brutal portages.
I think if we're gonna have a problem, it's gonna be not enough water.
I think there'll be enough water to drag the boats.
I think that we're gonna have a pretty rough day tomorrow with those marked rapids. But then there was that big section, it looked flat, like there's no contours near the water. And it was just like a long channel, and I'm almost thinking that that's getting into that boggy height of land, still water type stuff. Like what we saw at the last height of land, you know, we came in, there was just big still waters connected by blue lines. I'm wondering if it's gonna be something like that. Because it's like with this amount of water, as long as it's not steep or wide, we're good.
Yeah.
And then there's this long river section. There's rapid there, contour crossing. Rapid there.
Yeah, it's gonna be shitty.
Yeah. We got a lot of work ahead of us.
Today might be the crux of our upriver travel. There's a lot of variables here. Like every time we get to a set, we don't know if it's gonna be a gnarly portage, an easy line,
a marked rapid there, a marked rapid there, a marked rapid there.
The ideal situation is it's a narrow river, so that means all the water will be tight and there should be a deep water channel and we can track it.
Just bundling up all of our loose items with these Titan straps. I got them from Mech, proud sponsor of this expedition. So yeah, they're pretty tough. You just crank them tight. Throw a couple of these around it and you can haul it over your shoulder or like throw it on top of a bear barrel, or usually I'll try and leave a handle exposed and get it balanced so I can carry it like a suitcase. It's my portage guitar.
I think we want to find the deep water channel then, if there is one.
I'm kind of thinking right now.
I think there's enough to float the boat.
That's good. Man, it's good and deep.
Yeah. Matt, there's a rock right here. Yeah. If we can get you there, I can climb up with the rope and I can like pull it around. Yeah.
We're making some great progress up this river. There's not a lot of current, which is great, and it hasn't been too bony that we haven't been able to find a line. So we've been slowly walking our boats up, one step at a time.
We might be getting to the top right up here. Slow and steady. Yes, boy! That's a wrap.
Oh yeah. See you later.
Boys and girls, we are now back in Quebec. So to put into perspective how long that took, it was about 5 hours of tracking and dragging our boats. But we take that every time over portaging. Not a lot of energy spent, very relaxing. It's hot outside, so it was actually great to be walking and wading through the river. We're now on the final lake system until we do the height of land and over to the Aguanish watershed. We are getting close, guys. That's a moose.
I could have swore that was a rock, and then the closer we got, it was like, man, that rock looks like a moose, but it didn't move.
Yeah.
She didn't move the whole time. A little bit curious, like it did stick around and watch us for a while. That was really neat.
Pleasant surprise here. On the map, the river just narrowed. We didn't know it was going to be a waterfall. All right, guys, it's been a while since I've done some geological chats, and this is a good one. We are literally going through an esker. This entire shoreline is made out of sediment from a glacier, and that's from meltwater flowing underneath the glacier, creating tubes of sediment. And I believe the geomorphological term for this is glaciolacustrine sediment. I'm going to fact check that to make sure. It might be different. If it's different, the definition is right here. Bloop.
Let us know in the comments.
The other news for you guys is the 6 kilometers I said we were going to paddle quite easily. Turned out we tracked all of it. So it took a little longer to get here, but we're now here and we want to camp near this esker because that's how I get my rocks off as a geologist. Yeah, speaking of, there looks to be a beach here we should probably check out, maybe.
I think, yeah, I like this. It's got that perfect combo of a beach, but a nice flat spot behind for the tent.
And we are still on the esker. Let's go.
Noah can climb the esker tonight.
I'm gonna bring some sand back to examine. That last map, there was a lot of variables with those rapids. We thought we'd have a week of hell ahead of us, and it turned out it wasn't that bad. We got through all of that and we made it to the top, so we are feeling pretty good right now.
Might be what? Snap a whiskey and some cigars tonight, Noah?
Don't tempt me, bud.
I'll tempt you.
Don't tempt me.
I'll tempt you.
All right, let's do it.
That was so easy. Pretty jacked up.
Those black flies, man, they get you.
They do.
They don't give a crap about you or like where you came from or what your family is. They just want blood and they're out here to kill.
They're just out for blood all the time.
They're just out here for blood. We're full of blood, so they love us. That's all we are to them. We're just blood sacks. Here you go, Matt.
Thanks, buddy.
That's some cowboy coffee. We spent a little more time at camp this morning, just sort of relaxing and decompressing. Yesterday, we probably tracked about 10 kilometers of river. It 100% was not as difficult as portaging, but it's still pretty taxing on your body. But we did line ourselves up very nicely for today and tomorrow.
We have a blue line for 3 kilometers, one more lake, and then our height of land.
So today it's going to be bouncing through this lake system and hitting some blue lines up at the top, which might also have some uncertainty, and line ourselves up for striking distance tomorrow morning for the big height of land crossing. It's gonna be straight at the end there. I think I see it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that moving water?
Moving water.
Oh. Jeez, this looks pretty petered out.
Doesn't it? Man, there's depth. It's like 1.5 feet deep.
We're still alive?
It's not as bad as I thought. One, two, three.
Quite the view.
So for lunch today we have some bannock, and to add some flavor to this I created bannock bombs. I have a few different types of flavor packs, but this one, a lot of shredded coconut, cranberry, and chia seeds. And that adds flavor and also calories. You add your peanut butter and you add your jam, you spread it on top, and then, you know, it's up to the user. You could fold it, you could cut it in half, you could eat it like a pizza, you could eat it like a flatbread panini, whatever you want. But that's a lot of weight right there. This is thick stuff.
Not much sand in this one.
You get any?
I had one little kernel.
Like, I put a lot of effort into not having any sand in that.
Man, you're cooking on a beach.
Look at him. Totally stuck in the peanut butter. It's like the tarpons. It tastes like a chia seed. I wonder if it would make sense to just do that crossing today.
See what time we get there. It might. I wouldn't be opposed if we have like a good amount of time left in the day. Just get it done.
Just get the suck over with.
Have a whole day the next day to just like lay our stuff out and prep and rest and laundry. I totally wouldn't be opposed to just doing it today if we have time.
Like, give ourselves 4 hours.
I think that's accurate.
No, it'll be a shitty portage for sure.
We definitely don't want to get stuck in the middle of it, that's for sure.
Small little muddy creek to the final lake before the height of land.
Whoa!
It's a big lake.
It's a big lake.
How do you pronounce it?
Do you want me to try?
Give it a go.
Give me a sec. Canoe Michimescat, I believe is how it's pronounced.
We made it to the lake, boys and girls. Let's go. Come on. We're now on this lake. We're feeling good. We're feeling hot and sexy. We're full of bannock. Things are looking good.
That away. I'm gonna guess.
That is literally the height of land we need to go over.
Yeah, it is.
This is a big lake.
Anything else?
I thought I was gonna have more juice to say, but
Kind of petered out there.
I didn't know what else to say other than it was a big lake. But there are loons out here, you know? Like, I wonder what's... Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I thought the momentum would take me through there.
You just got into the sentence and then figured it would go somewhere on its own, but it didn't, eh?
That's usually where I go wrong when I talk.
These sandpipers are not happy about us being here.
No, we're probably standing close to their eggs or something.
Yeah, they must have a nest in here somewhere.
Behind me here, this is the divide between the last 2 weeks of travel to the Aguanish watershed. We have about 400 meters to a small pond, and then we're gonna do another kilometer hop over to the first lake on the other side. We might try to break this apart, get to the pond today, and then do the big crossing tomorrow morning.
There's no escaping this. There's no creeks we can take. It's just gonna be a bog, but we're ready. We've been training for this for 2 weeks.
I think I'm ready to go. It's gonna be hard work, that's for sure. Could be worse walking.
3, 2, yep, 1.
See you on the other side. So I thought I would just sort of skirt the edge of this thing, and I took one step too far. Just went right in. I think I can probably get out. I can wiggle my way free. Try and do this without twisting my ankle. There we go. Free. Free at last. Yeah. I couldn't believe how quickly I sank into that.
Yeah, man.
The birds fly south as the light leaves your eyes.
Don't underestimate the bog.
Hold on to
It'll
your
get ya.
dream. Oh, I know you wanna scream.
Lab tea is thick.
Since the day you're born, you're just a flower on your own, waiting for the sun to blossom, hoping to break through.
Still alive?
Feeling great. We made it to the first pond. Ah!
Dry pack, where are you?
On these portages, we kind of just take the best route, and sometimes that means we're just depositing gear along the shoreline. And sometimes we just need to go pick it up after. Oh, you found one?
Easter egg.
We do GPS it. We're not that silly. So it would suck to lose one of these bags. They're essentially our lifeline out here.
Start our portage down there by that swamp. And then, but instead of going through the swamp, we cut diagonal sort of over this hill. I think it'd be pretty sweet to have a full-blown rest day tomorrow with no portaging.
We've been chatting as we paddled this lake, and originally we were gonna just camp on it, but there doesn't seem to be much camping here. It's about 5 o'clock, and I think we're both pretty eager to get on the next lake and get into the Aguanish watershed. So, I think we're gonna give her.
Oh, there's a path. These moose passages are great when they go in the right direction. Oh, okay, going up. Getting out of the swamp a bit. Just need a quick break here. Holy smokes, guys. We're getting there. We are getting there.
We did it.
We have crossed over the height of land once again. The maze is officially over. We are now on chapter 2, the Aguanish.
Woo! That was a doozy. Am I still sexy?
Oh, baby.
Home for the night.
I can't believe we got to this lake. All day we were kind of flirting around the idea of crossing the height of land, maybe crossing the first little pond, and we ended up doing it, and we couldn't be more happy. We have that behind us, and tomorrow we're just gonna have a rest day and relax our bones, reflect, and reset our bodies and minds for the second part of this trip, which is the Aguanish. The maze section of this trip turned out to be quite difficult, but it was also quite rewarding because it had a variety of different things. We had everything from upriver travel, downriver travel, big lakes, you name it. Just a lot of stuff that happened, and it was an amazing 2 weeks so far. And we're really looking forward to doing the second 2 weeks down the Aguanish River.
You get one?
Yeah.
Nice.
There's a piece of lab tea up here somehow. Oh, that's not. That was like a bunch of mosquitoes clumped up together.
Really? Oh, dude.
That was a bunch of mosquitoes eating that blood smear. Look at them.
Look at them, just like they're converging.
They're colonizing.
Oh my god.
I thought that was a piece of lab tea.
Yeah, you go to send this into nature as metal. They're all just feasting. Oh, that's so gross. Just thank God that we have this barrier between us and them for a brief period every night.
It's been flirting with the idea of rain for a couple days, and today it looks like it's gonna rain all day. But that's all right. This is our rest day. We set up our tarp. We're gonna chill and try to do some organizing with our gear. But it is a nice change of pace, relaxing and wet compared to grinding and hot. So you got to enjoy the differences out here. A lot of our clothes got soaked last night, so we're gonna have a drying rack here just to see if we can dry some of those stuff today before packing them up wet tomorrow.
I think these are all my cornbreads.
You can do your stuff out of the bag.
We're halfway done this trip, and we have another 2 weeks until we hit the St. Lawrence. We're now just doing a food inventory to see if we can condense items and see where we're at for the next 2 weeks worth of food. How's it look? Moisture?
Things are getting a little moist.
Also, we have some moisture issues with the red bag when we nearly flooded the boat on the Eau Claire River over a week and a half ago. So we're just looking at all our stuff, organizing, making sure everything's good. I'm gonna repack it to make it better for the next portages. So when we're packing for a trip, we try to aim for about 3,000 calories a day. And that includes breakfast, lunch, dinner, and snacks. These are some snack packs that I put together for this trip, and it's a combination of a variety of chocolate bars, granola bars, and gummies. And the idea is you get 2 a day on top of your breakfast, lunch, and dinner. You want high calorie chocolate bars. My favorite is the Wonder Bar. Second favorite, O. Henry. I haven't figured out what my third favorite is. Always bring some Cliff Bars as well, a variety of flavors. This is the lowest tier snack you can have, and this is a Nature Valley. By the end of the trip, this is gonna be a handful of crumbs, and while you eat this, you wish you had a chocolate bar. Something new to this trip, which we learned from our last big trip, was how important sweets were. A variety pack of Big Feet, watermelon, blue raspberry, and wine gums to get you through the day. You know, when you open a chocolate bar, you kind of have to eat it all. But with this, you can pick on these all day. You can use these as ways to get through kilometers on big lakes. Like say every kilometer you'll have one gummy and savor it until the next kilometer. There's a lot of fun things you can do with a bag of gummies. This is 1 week's worth of snacks for 2 people. Who are you?
I'm Matty B, Mayfly. Thought I would take you through my first aid kit that I brought for this one. This is just my interpretation of what I felt was necessary for this specific trip. If you're planning a trip for yourself, it's really important you do the same assessment and consult with experts where necessary. Wilderness First Aid Guide, this piece of foam. The intent is to have this as a pad for a splint. Miniaturized first aid kit, a couple little band-aids, some medical tape, and a few Advil. Minor cuts, scrapes, and ailments bag. Different band-aids, a pair of scissors, disinfecting wipes. This next bag is for more major trauma, really deep cuts, lacerations, that kind of thing. Nitrile gloves, there's some water treatment tablets in there. Emergency blanket, a few hand warmers, Rub A535, clotrimazole, polysporin, hydrocortisone cream, acetaminophen or Tylenol, a bottle of aspirin, ibuprofen or Advil, a small package of Benadryl, a diarrhea relief medication, a couple of packs of Tums, cephalexin, metronidazole, and that's specific for like a stomach bug like Giardia. A regular antibiotic is not going to be effective against Giardia. You need a specific type of medication, so that's what this is. You really need to just go through, look at what you're going to be doing, assess the risks involved to address some of the most likely scenarios that you might face. Stay safe out there.
She's coming down. Our undies are getting wet again.
Yeah, this has a couple fundamental issues with it.
I feel like there's no perfect dry bag.
When we load these like extremely heavy for these trips, dude, there's like 70 pounds in here, and when you pull it up, there's so much pressure.
Yeah, I don't know, it's just like every dry bag seems to fail.
There's room for lots of improvement with carrying gear in the backcountry. Waterproof, durable, man, it has to be bomb-proof. And also, the belt around your waist.
I don't know why
It's
company.
elementary.
I don't know what, like even that NRS bag, the heavy duty, it's got like the skinniest little waist belt. It just like bites into you.
Every day we have a coffee ration, and every day we try to only use like 80 or 90% and save a little bit. We've been saving all the extra grounds in one baggie. And this is what is known as bonus coffee. Times like this, you can enjoy a cup of coffee and not feel guilty that you're taking over future days' rations.
This is a high risk maneuver, doing it in while it's boiling. Oh, see, he thought he could get away with it. Dangerous game, Noah. Man, it's like getting bright outside now all of a sudden. This day's been so like on off.
I'm so
It's
scared.
so flexy. There's so much flex.
It's just so big, like, I don't know, it's starting to burn on the bottom though.
Alright, do what you gotta do then. Closer.
I'm scared, Noah. Ready?
Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be worse. If you were an Olympic judge holding up a sign with a number from 1 to 10 on it right now, what would I get?
On the flip?
Yeah, on the flip.
I would give you an 8.5.
What would you give me on the burnt cornbread?
It's just caramelized. It's gonna taste delicious.
Yeah. That burnt stuff, you just slather that in peanut butter and it's all good.
Getting the sand out of there.
Yeah, this is gonna be cornmeal, peanut butter, jam, leftover oatmeal, and sand for lunch. but the sand ratio is a little high right now.
Which lake do you think that sand is from? Is it from this one, or is that leftover sand from Lac Joe, or?
I don't know, we've been living on beaches every night, so it's hard to tell. And one thing you know about a beach is you take it with you for the rest of your life.
Yep.
This is a slab.
It's a hefty piece of cornbread.
And I'm just gonna break it up.
I kind of like that. I like eating it like a bowl of cereal.
Thank you, Matt.
You're just gonna go plain the whole way? You're gonna get some topping on there.
What's our rations for peanut butter and
couple tablespoons per meal?
Per peanut butter and jam?
Yeah. Jam, we should probably go a little lighter.
Okay. I'll go 1 tablespoon of this. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! This is one of the best lunches out here. Cornbread, peanut butter jam, little oatmeal and sand.
Finally, it's Noah eating in a video and not Matt.
Oh yeah.
They're eating me. They're eating me, Noah.
You can see the storm coming across the lake. Oh, she's coming now! Get under! Get under! Woo! We saw this approaching across the lake. There was no wind for a bit. We were walking around on the beach, then all of a sudden the wind started picking up and this wall of gray started approaching. And instantly we got hit. Well, it's getting to about 9 o'clock now, and the rain and wind has persisted all day. We've been under this tarp for most of it. We spent some time in the tent just reading and relaxing. We're about to have some soup and then go to bed. It's a good day for rest. You know, this has been the rainiest and windiest day of the trip yet, so it's really nice that it aligned perfectly with our rest day.
Nothing.
Nothing. We've been seeing pretty big mayflies around, and I tried to match the hatch with the stimulator. It might look like one of those mayflies drying their wings on the surface of the water. And I'm hoping at some point I'll be able to entice a nice sized brook trout on the dry fly.
But not today.
Not today, but we have already lugged these rods for the last 350 kilometers, and this is the first time they're seeing the light. It's one of those things, when the conditions are right, take out the fly, try to get a dry fly bite.
What you doing there, Noah?
This is a mustard and Parmesan wrap. The ratio is a little more Parmesan-y than mustardy, but this is like a little snack. It's some extra stuff we have in the bear barrel. And I don't want to jump into our rations, so I'm making these gourmet wraps.
How is it?
It's not too bad. There's also sand in there too. A little light. That's all right.
You're an enigma, Noah Booth.
We did not get far today. We're about 6 kilometers on the other side of the lake. And we were just farting around, doing some fishing, doing some paddling, checking out bays, islands, beaches. And I think we decided that's as far as we're gonna go today. Might be nice to have a little more relaxing day before starting the next big section of this trip. Matt and I were talking yesterday, and we tallied that we've camped on a beach 11 out of 17 times. It's like a beach vacation of the north. Every beach is nice. Every beach has its own characteristics. Some are nicer than others. Sand, particle size has become a big part of our criteria when it comes to a good beach. And depth, the ability to camp off the sand and in the backwoods and be able to have a fire and mess around on the beach. Those are two big things. And length too. It's good to walk the beach too, especially if you need to go do your number 2 business down on the other side.
Life's a beach. I'm just sitting here sniffing lab tea. What would you call that? It's a cross between like lemon.
Aloe vera.
Yeah, a little bit.
Irish Spring, lemongrass, thyme, rosemary. I've been thinking about this.
Have you? Couple of whiskey brulees coming up. The bar is open. I accept tips. Alright.
What currency of tips?
Gummies, chocolate bars, everything except for Nature Valleys, really. The measurement is going to be enough whiskey to cover the gummies. Does that sound like too much?
Nope.
Is this a fresh bottle? Did we crack this one yet? We must have. Oh. Fresh bottle. Ooh. Been out here 16 days and we've only polished off the one. Less than an ounce a day between the two of us.
We save for special occasions.
Yes. That seems like enough, eh? That's not bad. That's like a double each.
Maybe a little splash.
Another little splash. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just a little. It's like the umbrella in the drink, right? Oh yeah. Takes me right back to Lac Brûlé.
The liquor's in his bones now, boys and girls.
Look out, anything could happen.
Keep him away from the fire. He'll be snoring in 15 minutes.
I'm gonna sleep right here. I'm gonna get another chapter done in this book and be out cold. I like the lab tea touch. Oh, that was nice. I think I'm gonna go like right there. Is that enough flotation for you?
Yeah, more than enough.
Okay. Oh, this hurts. I'm sorry. My pool noodle is now that much smaller.
We get a lot of questions about our whitewater setup, specifically the pool noodle that we put on our paddles. Other than being super cool looking, it actually has a very important purpose. When you're whitewater paddling, if you drop anything, it has a tendency to go downriver without you. These paddles that we use, although they float, it is very hard to see them in the water. And I had an incident earlier on this trip where we were lining the boat and the line kind of looped around the top of my paddle and flipped it in the water. Luckily we retrieved it, but it was a great reminder how quickly you can lose a paddle. Luckily, Matt was kind enough to cut off half of his pool noodle from my paddle. And what this does is, it just allows you to see something floating in the white water if your paddle's going downriver. It's just a different color, it floats up a bit, it's kind of like a bobber. So now both of our paddles, both of our whitewater paddles, will be outfitted with the pool noodle. We once started with really long pool noodles, but they kind of interfered with your paddling maneuverability. So you just want enough that it'll make your paddle float, but not too much that it affects your paddling. We're gonna see this and we're just gonna think it's a big horsefly.
It does kind of look like a horsefly. You should name that's what you should name your paddle, the horsefly, because it bites into the water. An old Glen.
We've had 2 relaxing days, resetting our bodies and minds for the next portion of this trip, which is the Aguanish River. The Aguanish is one of many rivers that drop off Côte-Nord to the St. Lawrence, and there's gonna be a steep elevation drop. There's gonna be lots of rapids, and it's about 260 kilometers. Something like this, Matt and I were thinking that it would be great to have a couple friends join us for this.
Northern Scavenger, assemble!
What is good, boys?
Now that you know what the special delivery is, it's time to recap what our last 2 days looked like in order to get here. Eric and I were unable to make the full-month expedition, which added some logistical challenges. While Noah and Matt were sipping whiskey brulees on the beach, Eric and I were driving 18 hours from Toronto, Ontario to Natashquan, Quebec. Matt had shipped me his car key a month before the expedition so that Eric and I could pick up his car in Sept-Îles, Quebec, and drive it the final 4 hours to get it closer to where we would be ending our trip. We had some challenges with batteries being dead and car alarms going off. But we managed to get everything sorted and had a beautiful drive to Natashquan. The nerves and excitement were high, and with this part of the trip behind us, now we just had to make it safely to the drop-off location we had agreed upon.
Okay, so it's a big moment here for us. We just crossed over top of the Aguanish River, and she's beautiful. So, if all goes as planned, in 2 weeks, we'll be paddling down this river and coming right out here into the town of Aguanish. So cool.
Flowing with the boys right down here, back into civilization.
Pretty big moment right here, eh?
Feels good. I feel like I'm home.
So sick.
Do you have experience on boats? On canoe?
On canoe, yeah,
In
for
the
sure.
river?
Yeah.
That's experience?
Lots of experience.
Yeah, because it's not the gift, eh?
Yeah, no, it's not.
It's not the gift, boy. Young fellow. What tabernacle can I have with that? Your battery is full?
Yeah,
Okay.
Full.
Okay.
I thought this kind of looked sketch.
Yeah. Put your safety belt. Game time.
Game time.
Boys are here. It's so weird after like hearing the odd one every couple of days in the distance to now hearing it and looking up and seeing one like coming into land on the lake we're on. What's your stoke level at right now?
Not about your safety.
It's amazing, man. All the variables that it took for us and them to get here at the same time.
Yeah.
Yo! Oh my god.
What is good, boys?
Look at this shiny new thing.
Yeah.
Wow, you want to trade?
Yeah. Ready for some scratches. Oh, what's that you got there in your hand?
Yes!
Those some apple crisps?
Right.
Here you go, fellas.
Christian, I'm gonna take these.
Yo,
you guys take everything
yeah, we're
else.
good.
Okay.
2 weeks. Well, 17 days.
That's all?
Fresh apples.
Yeah.
That's the best. God bless
Oh
you guys.
my god.
Yo, what's good?
Brother.
Let's go!
Okay, sexy.
Oh.
Sexy guy.
Sexy guy.
Alex and Eric agreed to join us for the second half of this trip. Very excited. I have not seen Alex or Eric for almost 2 years. I've not been on a trip with Alex since the Labrador trip 2 years ago. What a reunion, and what a place to meet at, in the middle of nowhere in Quebec, about to run the Aguanish.
Oh my god. Watch your sun jeans.
It's been so long.
I know, seriously.
Ooh,
Buddy?
yo,
Good to meet you guys.
Man, good to meet you too,
Finally.
seriously.
This is sick. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Did he ever buzz it? Wow.
Oh my god.
Yo, I literally like have the craziest feeling right now of just like, I can't believe like, how did we string this all together?
Yeah.
Like all those connections and like.
And then us being here at the same time you guys
I have like
are here,
goosebumps right now. Like it's like.
Definitely worked out.
What couldn't have worked out better with all the variables?
Seriously.
Weather even, man. Like, if you guys tried to just come up the last 2 days, you probably wouldn't have been able to.
Our team is here to descend the mysterious Aguanish River that spans 260 kilometers through Quebec's Côte-Nord region, running south into the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. There is limited information available on this wild river, and our team has been researching and planning for months. We know this is going to be a challenging river, but there are 3 main sections that will make or break our success, and each of these are based around the steepest sections of the river. Right at the start, we enter the first and steepest section of the river, where we descend almost 600 feet in elevation in just 30 kilometers. The second section is where we enter in and out of a lake called Lac Plateau, where the river has another 2 big drops in elevation. The final make or break section is a stretch of canyon with multiple waterfalls that we anticipate will require a long portage to get around them. These 3 sections are far from the only challenges we will face, but we know they are likely to be the most challenging and could end up taking us longer to complete than we expect.
All right, boys, so we brought you a little bit of a surprise. You guys have been out here for how many days now?
Day 17.
Day 17, a little over 2 weeks. We couldn't let you guys go another day
Oh my God.
without a couple cold pops. They were on
thank you.
ice like literally 2 hours ago.
Oh, that's so cold.
So, how is it? 2 big canoe trips, two trips, beer came from the sky.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do a trip where we don't get a beer delivery halfway through.
Oh my God, thanks, dude.
Yo, and because we don't let friends drink alone, we also brought 2 friends.
Yes. 2 more for us?
No, sorry.
A couple things. Haven't had beer in over 2 weeks. Haven't felt anything cold for over 2 weeks.
All right,
Cheers, boys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Cheers to the Aguanish.
Cheers to the Aguanish.
My mom packed this. I don't know what it is. It's heavy. I assume it's... Oh my God. Dude, what is that? Are these Hello Dollies?
Yeah, they are.
There's a pack full of Hello Dollies in here, which is the ultimate baked good. Thank you so much. I'm gonna eat these like an animal. You don't even want to see this on film. Alright guys, the boys have arrived and they're just setting up their gear now. Taking some time just to reset, catch up with everyone. And yeah, we're heading down the river today. Alex and Eric are starting this trip on the hardest 50K of the entire trip, so not much of a warm-up for them. And yeah, it's gonna be hard work. We're gonna have to do a lot of teamwork, a lot of communication, and take our time and just enjoy the Aguanish proper. Hardest part of the trip is done. We're all here.
I don't think that's true. Like technically yes, but like I feel like we're about to go get like absolutely slapped on this next section.
As a team of 4 friends though.
As a team of 4 friends.
As
a couple dudes looking for adventure.
Love always prevails. For you watchers at home, you remember that. You have 3 friends by you, you can do anything.
Yeah, it feels so weird to be paddling with you guys right now.
Yeah.
First set of class 2 rapids, pretty shallow for us, so we're already at the start landing here. These sets are super bony. Not only can we not paddle them, some of them we can't even line them. We're just dragging them over rocks, wearing down the bottom of our boats. We're hoping as we get farther down the Aguanish, as more rivers and streams come in, the water level will go up. But right now it's very slow and we gotta be careful of our ankles.
Didn't waste any time getting into the whitewater, right?
Yeah, no time.
Paddled like a kilometer of flat water and it's like, hey, there's a couple slips and then our first set.
First brookie. First brookie. What happens when you go 2 weeks getting skunked in the James Bay watershed? You get rewarded. Oh. You want to go, and I love that. Full of life, full of zest.
Drop. Perfect. Perfect, dude. We'll just back paddle. Slow ourselves down. Go to this eddy. 12 o'clock. Paddle forward. Perfect. That's how we do it.
And then thread the needle. Yo, rocks down here, straight. Yeah, brother. And right side down. Woo!
Yo, that was fun now.
Oh. Celebrate too soon.
Yeah.
Yo, you're gonna have to pull her through. You gotta pull her. All right? Pull her. Nice. All right. Back paddle. Back paddle. Hard, 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 hard. Is that a go for them?
You gotta be careful. What's the signal for paddle hard?
I don't know if there's a signal for that.
Come on.
Yeah! The boys got a brook trout.
How do I look?
You look pretty rugged. Some flies around your face.
How many kilometers do you think we went?
Like 8. Was it 6? I was gonna say 8, but
something low.
Pretty tough day for day 1.
Yeah, it's the first time we're setting up camp with 4 people. That means 2 tent pads, 4 bear barrels, and a lot more laughs. Oh, look at that, I already got smoked. Yeah. I've been looking at this river for over 2 years on a map, and we're finally here. And we have the perfect crew for this. I'm so happy this all worked out. So many plans had to work out for this to happen this day, for all us to be here in the same place. It's very humbling, and it's good to have all the friends here.
Hey, to the boys, we're coming out of the sky alive for the next 2 weeks down the Aguanish River we've talked about for a long time.
To the Aguanish!
To the Aguanish, to the river guys, to good travel, to good friends.
To good times.
Good times. Safe passage.
The guys brought ribs, potatoes, and onions for dinner tonight. So we're doing an old-fashioned boil up with the potatoes. I'm gonna eat really well tonight.
Fresh food, not rehydrated.
Oh yeah. Oh my stuff. Can't rehydrate that.
Maybe I should slice off a little piece of brookie. I knew they were bringing a couple treats from us, but I didn't think I'd be getting a rib and potato dinner. Mmm. Those are so good.
Dishwashing stuff.
Do you see your name on that?
This is a drink that Matt made up a few days back, and we gotta share it with the boys so they get the full experience.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers.
That's what it tastes like to flow down the Aguanish. The complexity of those.
That's because we used raw, unfiltered Aguanish River.
Yeah, exactly. It's a touch of Jerry.
The bacteria gives it that tang that you really need in a whiskey brulee.
The subtlety of the lab tea really brings out the flavor of the lime Neo.
See, you can also stand. Oh, wow. The Aguanish, baby.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Coffee's on.
Oh, dope.
Morning, guys. I'm a bit hungover. Don't remember drinking that much whiskey in a long time.
Yo, welcome to your first morning on the Aguanish.
Yo, thank you, man. It's beautiful out here. Did you guys hear some rain this morning?
Yeah.
How do I look this morning?
You look like you got in a fight last night.
I got in the octagon with some black flies. Do I actually look that bad?
Look at me. Your hat doesn't even fit.
Dude, this is insane. Supposed to be a cup of water, but I'm thinking I can do it with less. Definitely doesn't look like the most appetizing thing I've ever made, but it tastes amazing.
How's that?
Perfect.
Yeah?
Yeah. Here's my veggies for the day.
Today we have a lot of rapids. The entire map sheet is a rapid essentially. The first 10 kilometers, probably rapids every, I don't know, there must be over 20 sets of rapids in the first map sheet. But a lot of them are R1 and 2s. If there's enough water, we can run them pretty easily. But if there's not enough water, like yesterday, we'll have to line each of those sets. And that'll be very slow and arduous. So we're just hoping that the water levels are high enough as we go down river and just slowly pick apart this upper section of the Aguanish.
You guys have a lot of fun.
Stay right, I guess? No, I think we're good, no? Go, draw. That was a bumpy one, eh?
First portage of the day came pretty quick. It's a combination of the elevation drop and the lack of water at the headwaters of the system. But luckily for us, there's a lot of open country to portage, and we're definitely going to use that for our advantage. See, I'm wearing my glasses today. First time on the trip. My eye was really irritating me yesterday, and I just don't want any sort of issue. So it's not that sunny today, so it's a good day to wear the glasses. Nice.
Yeah, keep us right on that line. Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna have to launch it. You ready?
Yo, let's just walk it like a dog.
Forward. Draw.
Paddle? Yo, can we go left here? Yo, where are we going?
Let's go left.
Yo, left? Yo, we're going over.
Yo, don't lean left. Don't lean left. Nope. All right, we're good. Forwards. Yo, that was exactly the line we wanted.
A little 360 in the middle for style points.
Style points. So we've had a crazy day of lining so far today. Lots of, we have been able to hit some sets, but other than that, lots of lining. Had our first portage earlier. Eric and I are definitely getting our feet wet pretty quick. on this trip, getting right into the good stuff, and the bugs are not letting up. How far have we gone, like 5K?
Like 3.
No.
No, yeah.
No, we've gone about 5.
That whole map is like 7K.
Slow day. We've done less than 5 kilometers and we've been working pretty hard. This is a really choked up section of the river. We knew that this was going to be a grind, so par for the course out here.
No, this is Parmesan, mustard, and meats. It packs well. This stuff has lasted 18 days or so, and full of calories. Yeah, it keeps you going on these hard days.
What do we have going on this side?
I know I can't see it with my left eye. We're doing a pretty similar game plan here, but instead of the Parmesan cheese, we got fresh Gouda, straight from the cow's udder.
That Gouda.
That Gouda. Dig in.
Thank you.
Race you to the bottom of the river.
See you in 200 kilometers.
You have a head start.
Far. We got to a chute where it's a definite portage, so we're dragging all our stuff up over this cliff to go down over the other side.
We hadn't come across very much information on this river in our research before the trip. One of the reports we did find had information from a descent in 1985 by Guy Dorr and his team. One of his notes read, "The small valley that the river takes sometimes takes on the appearance of a canyon and offers us a landscape whose roughness is matched only by splendor."
We just found a fishing rod. The reel had fully grown in, like moss had fully grown around the reel.
We've also noticed on this portage there's actually cut wood. So this portage trail has actually been used by other people and potentially cut by Guy Dorr and that crew back in 1985.
So cool.
We're getting absolutely smashed by bugs. It's party time.
It's always tough making a decision to line a set of rapids. You never want to portage and you always try to make it work, but you got to know when not to make it work and just portage. We're trying to figure that out right now with this set. How's it look?
Doable.
Like a line?
I didn't get to see the top. We should look at the top from that side, but like down here we could. Or like I feel like those boulders wouldn't be the worst thing to portage if we had to. There's one more little pile.
Okay.
So we were at the end of the day. We had one final set we wanted to portage and then find a place to camp, but there's mountains on either side of us, literally just sheer cliffs. So there was nowhere for us to camp. So we're pushing on, lining this one final set and hoping there's something flatter up above.
Are you guys gonna go right? Maybe.
We're at the last portage of the day, and it's more just climbing up the mountainside in a total bushwhack fashion. It is thick as it comes, and there's just pouring rain, there's thundering and lightning. Let's go. The boys went river left. We went river right. And they had a very, very sketchy line situation. And we ended up just taking a portage, but they got through, but we're still not through. But we are soaking wet from sweat and from the storm that just passed.
We had ourselves a grind today. We were just like looking for a campsite, but there was just steep cliffs on either side of the river. Not really anywhere that we could pitch a tent, and we just had to keep going downriver even though we were all drained. Luckily we rounded a corner and it wasn't looking good, but when we rounded this corner at the very end, we found this little spot that kind of cleared out. So we hiked up here and we've got ourselves a little tent pad for the night. So we're just warmed some soup to get our souls back to a good place, and we're gonna have some dinner. That was a tough one at the end there. Really, like, I'd say my mental state is different now as opposed to when we started that last set. And I was like, there might not be an end in sight. But we're home now. And again, you just gotta remind yourself, at some point today I'll be warm and dry in my tent.
Morning, guys. We're all a little stiff today, but we got a lot done yesterday. On the map, we did about 12 to 15 kilometers, but we checked off a large descent of the river. It poured rain all night, and we're hoping it's gonna rise the water just a little bit to help us get down some of these sets. A lot of them looked like they'd be a lot of fun to run, but there just was not enough water. It was very bony. You couldn't find a line without just bashing your canoe. But lining is better than portaging. We only portaged 3 times yesterday. The morale of the crew is still very good. Everyone's feeling like very strong and well rested. 2 big wins from yesterday. No one hurt themselves, and both canoes still float. It was a good day.
Yeah, we're gonna put together one rod, sacrificial rod, because it looks like we're gonna be going through some honey holes, and I feel like the spirits can be lifted after a long portage with just one cast. Sometimes it just takes one cast, you know, so we're hoping to catch some lunkers.
It is time to get started. Everyone's ready. We're all mentally and physically fit for this. We're gonna do this.
That was awesome. Boys, that was awesome.
That was a super fun one.
That was a fun set.
Thanks for scouting that one for us, boys.
No worries.
Paddle hard.
We gotta go left of that one. And now right. Yeah, buddy.
Woo! That was fun. That was sick. Little house up there.
Yep, we want to be left of that. Then straight. No, no, left, left, left. Okay, straight. Nice, dude. That was awesome.
That was a really fun one.
That was really fun.
Is it Brooke?
Yeah. Oh, pike. Sorry.
This is one of the most beautiful lakes I've ever been on, I think. Like, it's almost just like a really wide river section, but we've got these huge towering hills with like bare rock faces and caribou moss. It's pretty incredible. And the colors, like these overcast days, the greens are just like so vibrant.
So over the last 50K, we've left the Labrador-Quebec plateau and we're descending down to the St. Lawrence. And earlier on our trip, we were seeing lots of beaches, but now we're seeing all these rocks and all this mountainous terrain. And really, this terrain is the root system of an old mountain range that expanded all the way from the Great Lakes of Ontario to Labrador. When the original continents were colliding and doing their thing, there's once a mountain range here that is the same size as modern day Himalayas. And what we're seeing now is over time, over the last billion years, this mountain range has weathered down and broken down. And how continental crust works, it kind of works like an iceberg. It floats on the mantle, and as the top erodes down, the actual crust itself lifts up, and the term is called isostasy. So here, we are actually in the root system of a Precambrian mountain range that is about 1 billion years old. The Grenville province, about 1 billion years old, this rock is, and we're just a couple pieces of organic matter floating down the Aguanish. The rocks don't care about us. They're going to keep doing their thing over time. And in another 1 billion years, this might be flat as, this might not even be a river anymore. It might just be flat land. We did a little scouting of the set. Obviously we're not running yet, but it was figuring out what the best portage route would be. River left or river right. River left is a boulder garden, river right is thick alders. So I think we're gonna go with the boulder route option, which has its own difficulties. Mostly really just rolling your ankles and being aware of footing. But we'll probably just go lighter loads and do that very slowly, over 50 meters or so.
Halt!
Wow.
Isn't that something?
That's amazing, man.
Can't believe we came down that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sick.
There's no bugs out here.
Oh my god, in eyeball. The last place I need a black fly. That was my right one too, my good one. It's the mandarin. We found the mandarin. There's a buffet of human flesh. Oh, check out this guy's right eye. it's untouched.
Dug in on his right eye yet. Beautiful.
Sriracha limes.
Oh, big. We got some fresh brookies from the Aguanish. We got scalloped potatoes mixed with good old Uncle Ben's rice. Big portage tomorrow morning, and it all starts with a good nourishment at dinner.
I'm going with a hot and spicy fish ramen. You get your Aguanish trout, and you just take it right off. It's pretty clean.
We have ourselves a bannock cooking festival right now. Noah's a bit of a vet when it comes to bannock. Eric is going to be making his first bannock since the Catawagami trip, and it was not good bannock on that trip, and so we're really hoping that things turn around on this one.
You're using the donut trick, eh?
So this year I wanted to add a little more flavor and calories to the bannock. So I've created these bombs, which there are a couple different types in here, but this is a combination of raisins, pumpkin seeds, shredded coconut, and pitted dates. I add that to the bannock, mix it up, and serve it with a little peanut butter and jay. And it's been pretty tasty, but it's also been, if you're trying to get 1,000 calories from bannock, they're gonna be big slabs. But that's all right, because they're usually pretty hungry and ravenous by lunchtime anyways.
In our bannock, we have flour and salt and baking powder.
Did you put a baking powder bomb in ours?
Yeah, yeah, flavor bomb and baking powder.
And salt.
Did you get it?
That was a quick snap.
Yeah, I know. That's the key.
No, that is a really nice looking bannock.
Yo, dude, I appreciate that. It's never looked this good.
We know the next few days are gonna be very hard, so we ended a little earlier today to enjoy this great campsite with some good friends. We don't want to keep pushing it and miss out on these sunny early evenings like camp. And it's one of those things you gotta balance the push and when not to push. And tonight we did not want to push down the next set of waterfalls because we know tomorrow morning it's gonna be a long, tough morning portaging around this big set that drops at a pretty rapid pace. So we'll see you then.
All right, so there weren't many flat spots down around base camp at the very bottom, so Eric and I climbed up to the top and set our tent up with a beautiful view of the river, which we'll only be able to see while we're outside of the tent, but still, beautiful little spot up here. Quite the climb.
Good morning, guys. Another beautiful day. No rain this morning. I just walked down to the ledge over there and there is a lot of power, and it's sculpted these rocks and it's really smoothed them out. Although these rocks are 1 billion years old, you can see the power of water and how it erodes them and shapes them to create channels of preferential pathways for the water to pour over. We're in a spot on the map that is going to require a lot of work for the rest of the day probably, and then we have a while of less work. This trip, like most trips, is a bit of a roller coaster with obstacles and challenges.
Our team was nearing the end of the first and most challenging section of river. We had traveled 20 of the first 30 kilometers where the river drops almost 600 feet in elevation. Once we get through this stretch, the river levels out, and we should be able to start covering some more distance before entering the next big descent into Lac Padot.
Right off the bat today, we have a very big portage around this big set of waterfalls. We're now at the staging area, getting all our stuff portaged ready and getting ready for a bushwhack.
It's a cliff.
Okay. I think we kind of go up diagonal there. From here.
Alright, so we've been making pretty good progress through the thick forest to get around the waterfall. Absolutely beautiful waterfall. But we're just trying to decide if we've made it far enough or if there's other stuff that we're going to need to portage down below. So we're just doing a quick scout to see if the portage continues or not. What's the word?
Keep just going down and down. That trail I scouted up there is more open country. I think it bypasses this bend.
Okay.
It's about noon now, and we spent the entire morning doing this large portage around all those waterfall sets. But luckily for us, the second half was full of caribou moss and relatively easy travel. I don't think we've ever been on a portage with this much caribou moss. It's almost like we're walking on snow. At the end of the portage, we came to this man-made structure. There's wooden nails and some rusted metal. Not too sure exactly what it is. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. I think it might be some sort of sled, but I'm not too sure.
You push off it? Where are we here?
Nice, dude. We're lined up. Forward battle, forward battle. Nice, dude.
I love those.
Hell yeah.
Couple moves to make?
Couple moves for sure.
Look at the country we're in right now.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's hard because you gotta focus, but like also
taking the beauty all at the same time.
Like, holy.
Oh my god, dude.
So this morning we finished the final portage of a huge section of this river that was a crux of this entire trip. It took a lot of time. It was slow moving. We were traveling maybe 6 kilometers a day, and we finished that this morning. So we had lunch at this beautiful spot, and as we came around the corner, we saw this huge rock face. Looking down the lake, we have a lot of these views coming up. Getting that section of the river done is a big load off all our minds because that was a large variable with this trip. And that's one big variable down.
Dinner's ready!
Coming!
Hi! Oh,
Back support. I haven't had back support in 3 weeks.
Do you want to portage that the rest of the way?
Yeah, totally. Good.
This is cool. This is a really cool cabin.
Man, it's the little things, eh? Just sitting in a chair.
Oh my god. Oh,
I know, I saw.
Oh, we're too late. We're too late.
That would have been hilarious.
No, you're becoming more angular again. You're not as round. You look tough, man. It's good.
Thanks, bro. Still bald though. Yeah, still bald.
So we have made it to our campsite for the night. We're currently on a lake called Black Harvey. We've got ourselves a beautiful beach campsite for the night, which will definitely be a nice place for us to spend the night. We crushed distance today. We made it through a couple big lakes, getting through a tough section of the trip pretty much since we landed. We're happy that we've made it as far as we have. Now it's time to get some grub in our bellies.
So tonight we're actually being transported to Mexico, and we're having Alex's and Eric's El Mexicano tacos.
What are you boys having tonight?
It's a curry chicken, basically. All kinds of good stuff in there.
Nothing better than a little hot chocolate at the end of the night to warm your soul.
This is an awesome thing to bring on camping trips.
It really is. You ever have that moment at the end of the day when you like touch behind your ear, or, like touch your temple under your buff, and it's just all crusted like dead bugs and blood? Oh, so tomorrow should be a pretty big paddling day.
Pretty big. I would think that we could maybe get somewhere here, and then like just depending on how long this stuff takes.
That's around Lac Plateau. Apparently that's the tough stuff.
Okay, yeah, this looks tough. Like R5, R2, R5. It's like big stuff. This fire fully warmed me up this morning.
Yeah.
I've had the tiniest chill coming out of my sleeping bag.
We're honored to be carrying the RCGS flag on this trip. They are a proud supporter of this trip and helped make this trip happen with the four of us going down the Aguanish. So we carry this flag with pride and honor, and we're very humbled to be a part of this group for this trip. They do it like a little more chill.
I don't know how to make this more chill.
Yeah.
So we're paddling a few swifts, and I had to make a few moves where I was putting a lot of pressure on the paddle, and all of a sudden I heard a snap, and my $30 paddle that I've been preaching as the ultimate paddle for whitewater literally snapped right in half. I lost the paddle part of this, we couldn't find it, and luckily I had another paddle on board that I was able to get us out of the set without being in a situation. But yeah, this is kind of rattling, especially that I thought aluminum paddles had a lot more durability than this. Luckily, between the four of us, we have 8 paddles, and we did some paddle swaps, so I could use Alex's spare paddle for whitewater, which is a wide blade, straight shafted paddle, and I think we should be good, but Not something you want to see out here. We got to a section of the river where the landscape all around us is starting to be influenced by old forest fires. And it almost looks like pastures where you would see cattle walking through the mountain range. But really that's, forest fires in these areas are just a natural part of the growth of these forests. And we're trying to think, we're having a conversation about how old these forest fires would be, because there's not much undergrowth, but the weather here and the terrain is pretty rough. How many years would it take to regrow a forest in Côte-Nord, Quebec? Not sure. If you guys know, let us know in the comments below.
Where's our sunken rock?
I see it.
Okay, yeah, I see it.
I'll give us the angle, so don't worry about that.
Okay, I'll give us the power.
There you go, past that rock, eh?
Yeah.
Slow, slow. All right. Down the river, we're good.
Get ready to, yeah, draw, get us nice and close to that. Nice, dude. Okay. Draw. Paddle forward. I can get out.
Awesome, dude. Woo! Woohoo! We're good, I got us. Done? Okay, draw. It's back paddle. Back paddle hard. Yeah, you got it. You got it. That's the angle. Woo! Look at that ferry. Woo! Nice.
Draws. We're good.
Yeah! Wait, keep going!
Draw. You want to hug this one on the left. Okay, back paddle and draw. You got it. Keep back paddling. We got our angle.
There it is! Lunch spot, one of the best lunch spots out there.
Yes, sir. Oh my God, look at those prints.
Those are fresh.
Those are fresh prints.
All right, so we just pulled over at the side of the river on a beautiful mountainous lake again. We've crushed about 5 kilometers. The terrain between here and there has actually all been very mountainous and has been a beautiful paddle this morning. Got to hit some fun sets of rapids. Weather looks like it might be coming in, so we don't know what we have ahead of us in terms of weather, but we do know that we've got a lot of lake paddling ahead, which will be nice.
So today has been a paddle day. There's really shallow, rocky terrain over there, and you know, sometimes you gotta do those strong paddle strokes, and it bounced off a rock, and the end split. The paddle situation isn't as fresh as it was yesterday. We're 2 paddles short because of me. It's not a good place to be, but we're here, and we'll make it work.
Noah's burning a paddle per set right now.
Yeah.
So
my average is not good.
Hopefully there's only 6 more sets.
We decided to make a quick fire so that we could boil some water so we could have a warm drink while we paddle down the lake.
Not just any drink, coffee. So we're getting the warmness and also the caffeine.
It's starting to get bear hot.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers, fellas.
Literally think we're good, just straight. Do a drop. Yo, I can't believe this lake right now. Like, also, we messed ourselves up in that last line because like I was like, yo, I'm turning you sideways so you can like look behind right now.
This guy turns you sideways.
You guys had that rock wall behind you and it was like, oh my god.
I was wondering what you were pointing at, and now I see.
We were both just like,
you look so small, like just rocking down these like swifts, and I was like, yo, this is so cool.
We were both in awe, and then we just beached.
What is that?
That is the north branch of the Rivière Aguanish coming in on the opposite side of this like big long peninsula thing. And it looks like it's, I mean, based on what we can see on the topos, it's basically just a big, it must be a canyon. It's just, it shows little shelf lines the whole way down, and we can hear it roaring from here, and we're like a kilometer away. So it'd be kind of cool to see it.
Would you think it'd be pretty bony?
I think it would be pretty bony. Based on the main branch, or the northwest branch that we just finished running, I think it would be pretty bony. But hopefully, as we get downstream and the two merge, we will have plenty of water. That's the hope.
We got to our campsite, and this is the longest day we've done since starting the Aguanish. We probably paddled about 25 kilometers, mostly lakes, and we're lining ourselves up perfectly for tomorrow, which is another large crux of the trip. Tomorrow we go to Lac Padeau, and around it apparently there's a canyon with a lot of rapids and big chutes that we will not be paddling, but we'll be portaging. As we've been paddling over the last day, we've seen a significant change in the landscapes. Slowly we're seeing a lot more glacial activity as the slopes of the mountains slowly get a little smaller, and a lot more caribou moss and open country. We're also seeing a lot of burns in varying stages of regrowth. Based on what we see, there's a chance that all the portaging tomorrow might be through an old burn. It could either be very easy or it could be very, very, very hard. If you guys have watched Float of James Bay, Alex and Eric had a very large slog through a burnt forest, and we're hoping that we have swift travels tomorrow. But in the meantime, tonight we're on another beautiful beach site making our dinner. The sceneries today were breathtaking. We saw a lot of cool mountains, and as a geologist, I was getting my rocks off on all the glacial activity that we've been seeing. Pretty damn cool, I'll tell you that.
It rocks.
Come on, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, come on.
What happened, Alex?
I'm up this creek without a paddle. I tried to get some filtered water while the boat was beached, and that was right after emptying the canoe of all the paddles. So I have nothing to get back to shore. I don't know, is it the monkey stroke? Is it the... This is just front crawl, really.
Just a good...
Oh, Tokyo drifted around.
Going at a pretty good clip. There it is.
Alright.
That's how that's done, folks.
Looking good, Booth. She's looking good.
Time?
Yeah, let it congeal. This is worth
Wow, that's thickening up. Alright, so tonight for dinner, Eric has cooked us up some bolognese sauce.
Yo!
Dawson should definitely be the one
pronouncing
that.
Sorry.
Bolognese.
Bolognese.
I don't even want to be part of this film.
Straight from Ireland, shepherd's pie.
Straight from Ireland.
Yeah. Yes, instant mashed potatoes is awesome. You don't have to do anything, you just buy it. And yeah, like I literally just threw it in and just absorbed all that water.
This meal?
I love this meal. It's one of my favorites.
Oh my god.
And you've got a little gravy topping.
You throw the gravy on top, yeah. And maybe a little hot sauce too.
Amazing.
I feel like I don't like this.
You don't like what?
Fanning the fire thing?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I like how gently he put that.
I feel like you don't
like
like this
I
right
don't
now.
like this.
Oh, well, then maybe you should go to bed.
Yo.
I want to go to bed, but there's all this warm sand around the fire that's keeping my feet warm, and it's really nice.
And friends and stuff.
Oh dear.
And friends.
And friends, yeah, and friends and stuff.
Yo.
Good morning, guys. It is day 22 out here, and we're just packing up camp, about to start the second large crux of the trip. The Aguanish has 3 large variables. The first was that very steep section that we did a lot of lining and portaging around. The second is a similar section going in and out of a lake called Lac Pedot. There's going to be a lot of chutes, a lot of class 5 rapids, and potentially a lot of portages. I expect today is going to be a lot more decision making on the water and a lot more technical lines that we'll have to line and potentially portage. This forest fire that's around us may influence our ability to portage, but we will see.
All portage ready.
Strong forward. Hard, hard, hard. Hard, hard, hard. Okay, we're good.
under you right there.
This next set is an R2, R3 that goes instantly into an R5. So we're very cautious. We're just gonna line this until we get around all this junk. Go right through if we can.
All right, so we are in the middle of a big string of rapids. And some of these rapids actually drop off quite a bit into little mini waterfalls. So we're currently making our way around them, lining as much as we can. But there are gonna be a few that we have to portage. The first being this one right here in front of us. So we've just pulled all the gear out of the canoe and we're gonna make our way around.
We got a big portage over these rocks. Rock portaging is great because it's open land, but you really got to be aware of each footing step. You got to be like a billy goat.
We're making moves out here. All morning we've been portaging and lining these big sets of rapids. We're getting close to Lac Pedot. Very close. We're having a quick lunch break and we're gonna work our way down there after. The farther we get, the better. We've scheduled 2 days for this section and so far we're doing pretty good. The terrain's pretty rocky, a lot of ankle breakers, so we gotta take our time, especially when it starts raining, which just happened to us.
Gotta watch your step out here.
Lac Pedot!
All right, so it is currently 2:45 in the afternoon and we have made it. We're gonna continue on and see if we can make it partway through the next set coming out of Lac Pedot.
The calm before the storm in this eerie, dead forest around us. Spooky.
Before we get down there, do you want to beach in here just to see what our game plan is?
Yeah, I don't know that we're actually going to be able to line down that ledge.
Well, let's take a look. This is portage would be treacherous.
We got to the R4 and R5 of the lower section of Padeau Lake, of Lake Padeau. It's gonna be a line for sure, maybe a portage.
All right, guys. Back in portage country. This time we are in an active burn. Not an active burn, but a burn that is still very prevalent here. So far not too bad, but up ahead looks kind of thick. It smells really nice in here though. All right, let's just do this. Do I look cool? Does that make me look cool? Huh. Oh, I can't really see where my footing, which scares the hell out of me because I have so much weight on my back. Oh,
Big rocks and big holes. Very hard to see where you're going and to stay on your feet.
We out? We almost out.
All right, so we just had a very difficult portage around a big waterfall.
Brutal. Wet, slippery, thick. That's still pretty gnarly. Or did I wipe it all away? Oh. Bugs are thick.
Who's a tick, boy?
Bugs are tick.
It was getting late in the day and our team arrived at a tricky set of rapids. The shorelines didn't offer a clear view to do a proper scout, and the water was too deep for us to line the boats. There didn't seem to be a big drop in elevation, but we also couldn't see what was around the corner if we did run into any trouble on this set. The easiest way forward was to paddle, and our team decided that this was a risk we were comfortable taking.
Forward.
All right. Stand to your river, man.
Paddle strong. 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 Okay, you're good.
You gotta go left.
Back paddle. You're going right.
Yeah, go right.
Strong through here. Draw. Perfect, straight. We're gonna go right into this eddy.
Yeah.
Fucking right, dude.
Had to risk it for the biscuit.
You had to risk it for the biscuit on this. Nice. Woo! Yo, paddle slap for that one. Woo-hoo-hoo!
That was all on the line, man, going in blind.
Are you good there? Okay.
We made it. It was a very, very difficult thing. We did it at the end of the day, which you typically don't want to do. You don't want to be messing around with big sets of rapids when you're tired and hungry, but we did, and we made it out alive. All is well. We got to camp pretty late. The sun's already setting, probably around 8 o'clock. We finished the day with lining a set of Class 5 rapids. It was pretty extreme, but we all got out safe and sound. We had a few spills today. The rocks were extremely slippery with all the rain we got today. Eric fell like 5 times. Matt fell 3 or 4 times and hurt himself, but he was able to recoup. And we're just lucky we all made it here without any injuries. I would say overall, we're about 3/4 done this Lac Padot rapid section. So we did a full day of hard work, and we are very excited to just be sitting at the camp, to get some hot food in our belly, and then go right to bed.
Matt, how's your knee?
It's okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's fine.
How's your wrist?
Wrist is okay. Shoulder's okay. What else did I hurt?
We got through the first section, we were all pumped. We got to Lac Padot, and it was beautiful. It felt like eerie, felt like we were on Mars. And then we were like all optimistic coming into this section, and then we got clapped with rain, we got clapped with a portage, everyone's falling.
And like gnarly lines, like dropping canoes off waterfalls.
Dropping canoes off waterfalls. Yeah, today was actually a roller coaster of emotions. It's the only way to put it.
Yeah, I think the Riviera Aguanish is a roller coaster of emotions. The river itself is the roller coaster.
It's true. And we are the emotion, just riding on those
pieces of organic matter.
Just piece of organic matter filled with emotion, love, hate, despair, anguish.
Aguanish.
Aguanish.
Yo, look at my belly button. Yo, let me move over here.
Holy smokes! Are you kidding me, bro? Oh, you see that? Dude, that's insane.
They were camping in your belly button.
Yeah. They bet.
Oh,
no.
shit.
Check mine now.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, they got you a little bit. Okay.
Can we get a morning after from the belly button incident that happened yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be the same. I think based on where all my bites are, it's pretty clear that the bugs know how to get through these holes.
So my body's demolished. My head hurts, my shoulders hurt, my knees hurt, my back hurts, my heart hurts. Everything hurts, but I'm still having fun. At least I'm telling myself that.
Our team is nearing the end of the second big crux of the Aguanish River. This section has required a lot of work and mental stimulation to portage, line, and run these technical sets. Once through this section, our team has our eyes on a long stretch of meandering river that should allow us to paddle a good distance.
It's nice to have the alders fighting you. Like, yeah, these rocks weren't enough. Boys, we made it. Keep it out. Good? Yo, so I gotta pull my end in. Yo, let it go. Get down there if you can.
Let it go!
That was a close call. The boat got, you can see the boat starting to get sucked back into the hole again.
Got the heart pounding there, fellas. Got the heart pounding.
We got to a couple sections that we can actually run.
Nice, boys.
Okay, forward. Okay, back pedal. Do you see the seam in the left? Yeah, we want to do a little more. Yo, pedal hard. You see it? We're just gonna flow right down to the left. Keep drawing. Yo, let's just go straight. Let's go straight here. Rock here. Yep. And now get into that edge. Yo, Tom.
That was awesome.
Love that. Hey, push off. Forward, forward. Back the other way. Yeah, we got it. Now paddle forward, forward. Okay, drop. Right.
That is twice today they made very sketchy moves. That is not good. That is really not good. One of those moves could end the trip. What happened?
Man, we had our line and then we got a little too left and then we just had to straighten it out. Like we got way too river left and then we were fighting to get back to get on that right side and luckily we just nicked the right side of that hole.
And that was like almost I thought that was a trip ender right there.
Here, and the big rock that we wanted to avoid was here, so I was trying to get a little bit left of this top one and then book it hard right, but we didn't initiate the right early enough. So like we were already too low and then it was like paddle hard, paddle hard, paddle hard, and we just like didn't get over far enough to the right to beat that rock.
Yo, it's all good. It happens. From where I was, at the top, we were lined up perfectly for just a smooth run out. Like we could have just, I felt like we could have just gone like just straight.
Yeah.
That's basically what we did.
We just did that one extra draw at the end and that was my bad. I shouldn't have called that.
No, it's all good.
Everyone's here. Boats are in one piece. We're in one piece. It happens.
We have finished the second crux of the trip. We just got through a monster rapid section around Lac Pedot, and we didn't have any injuries, we didn't lose a boat, we have no leaks in our boats. We are very excited to be done with that section because there's a lot of opportunity to really hurt ourselves. All the rocks were super slippery. There's some big moves we had to make. We were forced to either line big burly sets of rapids or portage through boulder infested, alder choked shorelines. There's no easy routes through some of those sections, but we worked as a team and we were all able to get through safely. We now have something like 35 kilometers of meandering river for the afternoon, and it's a beautiful sunny day. We'll probably get the solar panel out and maybe even go for a swim and catch some fish. But we are very happy and very thankful to get through that section. Earlier this morning we were going through steep rocky terrain, and then out of nowhere sand dunes everywhere, and now the river meanders and we're sunken in this deep sand, surrounded by sand dunes, really big sand dunes, the sand canyons of the Aguanish. It is weird, it's like we're on a totally different river, and now it's like more of like a lazy paddle. We have this for about 35 kilometers before the next obstacle, whatever that may be. But we're enjoying it. It's different. It's sunny. Getting a nice little tan. Bugs aren't too bad.
We absolutely crushed distance today. I think somewhere around 39 kilometers for the day, and most of those kilometers were done after lunch. We have a beautiful sandy campsite with a nice sunset.
That looks like that bend that we're at, which would put us about 7K from whatever's going on up ahead there, the rapids and the waterfall.
It's not bad. No. I feel like we're in good shape.
Morning, boys. Morning. How'd you sleep?
Beginning to end.
Nice.
It is the morning of day 8 for us and the morning of day 24 for Matt and Noah. It is a scorcher already. It's about 6:30 in the morning. We were up at 5:30. Bit of a cold night last night, but the morning is cleared up and the sun's not holding back. So we're just kind of finishing packing up camp right now to get on the water. We need to have another big day today. So we crushed out about 39 kilometers yesterday, and we're hoping to do at least the same again today. We're a little bit behind schedule. I think maybe some of the lower water that we had this year might have slowed us down a little bit in the upper sections of the Aguanish, but we're hoping that on these flat water sections, the current's flowing, we're able to make up some of that distance and have a good day today to get us back on track to get out of here on time.
So what is shown below us for today is not as gnarly as what we did yesterday morning.
Yeah.
It is going to be hot today. It's still the morning and it's already like temperature so hot it'll burn your skin.
So hydration is absolutely key. So we're rocking 6 liters in the boat right now, between 2 1-liter Nalgene's, 1 each, and then a full 4-liter bag, and that'll get us to like lunchtime.
And not only do we need to hydrate, we need to make sure that our salt is balanced in our bodies. So because of that, we have Mio Sport, which has electrolytes in it, which we'll be using throughout the day. And it also tastes really good.
So we just gotta go right, that's all. Take the tongue on the right and splash through.
We do have a lot of water. Yeah. Yo, paddle slap for that one. Good job, dude.
Alright, so we have arrived at a massive waterfall. One of the bigger obstacles that we need to get around today. There's a really rocky, kind of technical rock line that we had to take along River Right.
These big waterfalls sort of just like come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you have a monster feature you have to get around. But luckily, we all have good hearing, and we're able to not paddle over the waterfall.
You can hear the rumble pretty far away.
A kilometer back or so.
Setting us up well to crush some distance for the rest of the afternoon, so we'll see what we're able to do to get back on track here.
Might be a big fight.
That's a big fight, bro.
It's gonna go again. He's still pretty green. takes off again.
Oh my god!
Wow, that thing's a tank.
32 and a half.
Woo!
32.5-inch pike. Biggest fish of the trip. Got him back safely.
That's what you like to see.
Yeah. If you're gonna come out with one spoon or one lure, the red and gold little Cleo, multiple sizes, can't go wrong.
Spot that we're looking at. You said the canyon was at 80?
Yeah, canyon's at 80.
And we're at around 135 right now.
So in the next 2 days, we need to get 280.
Which is like 55 kilometers-ish in the next 2 days?
Yeah.
We're just stopping for lunch right now, and we have a couple goals in mind for the next few days. We need to put in distance when the conditions are good, because we have a known full-day portage coming up. We want to line ourselves up nicely for that. So the next 2 days, we need to bang out a decent amount of this upper section to line ourselves up nicely for that portage, as well as when the weather's nice. There is a bit of a headwind, but we are making progress, and there aren't too many obstacles. So quick break, and then we'll get back out there.
Didn't you say bronze babe earlier?
Yeah, I kind of look like a bronze babe. I want to come home, people are like, yo, would you guys go to Cancun? Nah, the Aguanish.
We're also in a very cool area in terms of a geological perspective. You know, this rock we're on, this Precambrian rock, it's about a billion years old. And when you look at it, you can actually see how it's been influenced by glaciers. You can see chatter marks as well as striations. Chatter marks, it almost looks like it's been chiseled. And there's little like scoops along it. Striations are more so like a scrape across it. And on top of that, then you have mechanical erosion from water constantly hitting it, smoothing it out, making divots even larger and more undulated. A lot of different forces are played on these rocks for the last billion years to shape them how they are today. There's also a very cool feature to my right here. Sometimes in formations like this, a groove becomes a deposit for rocks, and that as water goes in, it actually swirls the rocks around and continues to like erode away into like a deeper groove. And there's a spot right here that's a great example of how that works, and you can still see the rocks inside. And just think about that over a long period of time, slowly grinding away, making that hole a little deeper and deeper. We just pulled up to a chute of sorts, and she drops down and she goes far. And we have to figure out how we're gonna get down there.
Like, I'd be nervous about committing to that side and then getting stuck on an island over there.
I think we can find our way through this time.
We're fueling up right now so that we've got the energy we need to crush out. How long would you say this is? Like, I'd say, yeah, at least 400-meter portage around some pretty gnarly terrain. We think we might have found a clearing with some caribou moss that we might be able to walk through to make it a little easier, but we definitely know we've got a big task ahead, and we're just about to get going here.
Oh, we got super lucky with that portage. Not as bad as we thought. We thought we had to go all the way past the next set, but we found a pool here which you can actually paddle across and potentially line the bottom. So overall, we hyped this up, and sometimes you need to hype up a portage for it to not to be as bad as you think it's going to be, right? It's much better that way than the opposite, where you think it's easy and it ends up being very hard. So we're stoked, we're feeling good, and we're going to keep going down river. Power, boys, power. Power through that. Power.
We literally have the straight shot now, brother. Yeah. Keep us left. Paddle hard. Yeah, boys!
It is 8 o'clock Atlantic time. We put in a full day's work. We got pretty far too. We had a strong headwind, we had a couple chutes to go over, a couple waterfalls, and some of the biggest whitewater that we've hit on this entire trip. Great day, beautiful weather, some good laughs. Now we're just getting to camp. The thing is with some of these areas, the river's starting to get braided a bit, and in these sections it gets very shallow, so we gotta walk this all the way to camp. But there's a very nice beach campsite for us.
We're really hungry tonight and we wanted more food, so I'm making bushcrafty garlic bread with an extra.
No way, is that actually what you're doing?
Well, it's gonna be like, I brought like a few extra bannocks that we could just kind of fire in if we're having like soup one night or something. So I'm gonna do that, and then the coating that goes on it is like a Parmesan, fennel, rosemary type mix. So it'll be like close to a garlic bread to go with our spaghetti.
Wow.
During the spring melt, this entire area would have been underwater, but for us, it makes great camping. Flat, open, nice. The boys are getting dinner ready. The sun's already set, and we have a very short night at camp tonight because we worked so hard on the river today that we didn't get to camp until about 8 o'clock. We're racing sunset to get everything done before bed.
Yo boys,
Coffee on?
the coffee is ready And the water is boiled for breakfast. Not coming. We have blended coffee this morning. Mostly True North.
Morning, guys. The sky is looking quite muggy. It's pretty warm out, and it's probably going to dump rain on us today. It might be a dry pant day. Who knows? Does it not scream torrential rainpour today?
I do feel like you can kind of feel it in the air a little bit.
Any minute, literally any minute, it could open up. I feel like it's raining right there. See that, like that next hill over the horizon?
Yeah, it does look.
That looks like rain.
Like rain.
One thing that spooks me with these weather changes, when it's gonna rain and there's no structure in the sky, it's all just gray, you know you're in for a day of it.
Just a second, I'm not in the canoe.
What?
I was pushing from outside. I got it right here. I'm going to flip down. Up here. And then from what I'm seeing, it looks like more of the water's pushing right, so it kind of like work your way to the right side.
It's been rainy on and off all day with a strong wind, but luckily this river is going down at a very low grade, so we've been traveling really quickly because there's all these small swifts, and it's about noon and we've already gone probably about 20 kilometers. So the final big crux is this monster canyon portage. It's about 2.5 kilometers around it, apparently very tough. We anticipate about a day's worth of travel to do it. And the plan is to get there tonight, but we've been traveling so fast that we don't know, we might even get there sooner. We'll have to make the decision, do we start it today or do we start it tomorrow?
A little chilly.
I'm cold too.
Yeah, buddy. Yo, paddle slap in the middle.
We have gotten to the canyon, and it is very intimidating. We're pulling up, and on either side is a sheer, it's almost like a sheer rock face that goes straight up, and we know we're gonna have to portage this. So we have mixed emotions right now, but we're gonna go see if we can find Guy Dore's cut marks from 1985, because I think that might be our best bet. We expect this to take a full day tomorrow. So anything we can do tonight may help.
So this is pretty crazy here right now, trying to find a place to start this portage around the canyon. This is just a big cliff here. That's definitely not the start, but we're trying to figure out a way that we can poke into the woods somewhere. Might as well spend part of the day today trying to figure out where the best route is so that we can get this all sorted out before tomorrow. Crazy.
Like, kind of obviously broken.
So we were walking through here, we noticed that like all these branches were like optimized for a canoe just cut through here. Then we look down, we see a couple cut logs down here, cut trees down here. So we're thinking that this is some sort of path for the canoe.
Boys, tape on the tree.
Ew!
So in 1985, Guy Dore said in his notes, he said they made the trail and they also flagged it. Yeah, so this might be that.
35-year-old flagging tape.
That's a solid find. That's such a solid find.
So where
Yo, I'll tell you one thing, this is way better than the Billy Goat trail we tried along the side of that mountain.
Yeah. This is huge, man. Like I was walking over here and I'm like, this is gonna be totally messed up.
Man, they definitely came up where I came up there too. It was just a clear path up here, man. A clear path.
Okay.
All right, so like, where would they go from here?
So they came this way. And then they would have seen this hill. And then that.
Yeah, so what's the path? Not very much.
Yo!
No way! A shoe!
Looks like an old rubber boot.
A shoe is a good sign somebody walked there.
Wow.
And like the next, like we need to find another cut to be like sure where, like try to find the trail. 'Cause it either goes this way, or it goes that way. Like it doesn't go like this way.
Yeah.
No.
But there's a boot. I don't know what that means. Like, this looks pretty.
Oh shit, look at this, it's an old boat. Like this, yeah, this is an old boat. Like a cedar strip canoe. Watch your foots, or watch your feet.
Holy smokes.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's... We just walked right over it.
Holy smokes. It would be pretty messed up for them to hike along the side like this, you know?
You could went all the way up then.
Could be. Like, wouldn't you? Like if you were thinking, like you'd maybe look down below, but like if you saw that big mountain, you'd be like, yo, let's just get to the top.
Yeah.
And then it would be pretty clear sailing.
We kind of went up this way, so there's no, like, they went up.
Yeah, we got to the top.
You did?
Yeah.
Is it clear?
No. Like this might take 2 days. If it's like this,
yeah.
I think we need to have a team meeting and like figure out what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Like it's literally like you can't walk in a straight line for more than a meter.
Yeah.
And it's like fallen trees and there's a lot of new growth too.
Yeah.
But we got to the spot where it flattens out at 200 meters, and then they take that right across.
How do you know?
Based on the map. So the hardest part, the thickest part is right here. And it's so thick up there, but there's a little more room. So there's gonna be like a lot of like, we need to saw a trail. Or we'll never get out of here.
Okay, well then.
We were talking about that.
Okay, listen,
Yeah.
okay, but this is the thing with this.
The issue is
but how?
The
Like
cliffs, the cliffs there, like the cliffs that
can't
we
go
were
another way.
walking on, they extend all the way up there. So if we walk this way, we're gonna hit those cliffs, and then we're.
Yeah. It's
So,
like
like,
that's the
we
thing.
need to
There's
get
no
it done.
trail. There's no trail at all. It's all grown in. It's all new growth. You don't have another option other than to go this way. Unless you go further in, and you go all the way to the top.
So then,
Like see how steep this is here?
yeah.
The thickest growth is on the slope. When you're up there, it's not that bad. Like we're gonna have the blaze, but it's nothing like this.
Yeah.
So I think once we get all our stuff up here, I think this first part
Yeah.
will be tougher than this part. And I think
I agree with that.
like getting up there, like this is the thickest stuff that we saw on our scout.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing is as thick as this. Honestly, I think like it's gonna be really hard, but that's just what we have to do.
No, I'm into it. So then I guess the next question is, do we try and get everything to the top tonight?
No way.
No,
Not
we
possible.
can't do that.
Really?
Yeah. I think we get 2 guys to start blazing the trail tonight. There's no way. It might take all day to get this up to the top.
Yeah.
Like and like I wish I had like another solution. But
Yo, I'm fine with this. Like I'm like okay, let's do it. But it's just like I just don't understand how these guys did it in a day.
yeah, well, like a lot of the stuff up there is new growth, like in the last 10 years.
Alright.
This could be a 2-day portage now. Yeah, it's 6. We have 3 hours of light left. So, okay, let's go to the boats. Figure out where we're gonna camp.
Okay.
2 of us will grab saws, and I think like we should this is the stuff that we can't get a canoe through physically right now. So we need to cut a trail through it, and we can do that tonight. But like
Yeah.
I don't know about like going all the way up.
Yeah.
I think we have to just be up really early tomorrow, like up with the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to.
I think it's safe to say we're going to be spending a night up there though too. So the other thing is like water.
Water.
We need
I
to
thought
come up
about
with
that.
we need to come up with a water strategy so it's going to be like bring the 2 dirty platypus bags full, 2 clean platypus bags full, all our Nalgene's full.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a safe thing to say, like mentally prepare yourself. Like it's gonna be the hardest portage for any of us ever.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Hang up. That's enough to get a canoe through anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
This looks pretty good right here.
Yeah, nice little open
Yeah,
section.
we're good for a little bit. Probably enough to get a canoe by. There we go. Nice. Sweet.
Oh. Smells like Christmas in here. You guys saw how thick the woods were earlier. We have been hard at work, Matt and I, blazing a trail to the top of this mountain. It went from a very, very, very thick forest to a reasonable path that we've cut through now. nice and clear versus that. Whew. Very manageable. Not so bad.
Eric and I are at camp right now, getting dinner set up, setting up the tents while the guys blaze the trails. The guys made a lot of progress with the trail they've been blazing, and that gives us a lot of hope that we can get out of here in one day. We'll see though. It's thick bush, and the route we're following, after a little more research with our notes here, it sounds like Guide Dora actually took the opposite shoreline. And on the right shoreline is the route that the Aguanish trappers took way back in the day. And that cedar strip canoe that we found that was decaying might have been from an Aguanish trapper, which is very cool. We decided that it's in our best interest to follow the Aguanish trapper route, which skirts the mountain along the right shore of the river, and blaze a trail for the next generation of Aguanish travelers.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
What a day.
What a day.
I mean, honestly, the first 3/4 of the day weren't too bad. It was
really easy. Actually.
The last quarter of the days where it got really hard. But that was very gratifying work to look back on that trail.
It was.
Oh man.
I feel like it'll be less gratifying climbing it tomorrow, but
No, it's gonna be sweet because I'll be thinking of how crappy that would have been if we hadn't cut the trail.
I like that.
Every step's gonna be like, well, could have been worse.
Could have been worse.
Good morning. It is day 26, and we're at the start of the Aguanish Trappers portage route around the Grand Canyon on the lower Aguanish. We did a lot of scouting last night, and the conclusion was there's no portage, and we're going to be doing a total bushwhack / blaze today to get over there. Alex and Matt started the trail last night. They got about 200 meters, which is great progress for us. And the goal is to try to get over there by the end of the day. But this is a total unknown to us because we only saw as far as we saw. We don't know what the terrain's gonna be like, but we all have positive attitudes and the grit to get it done today. Because the forest is so thick, we're gonna have 2 guys up ahead blazing the trail and 2 guys moving all the gear up and back like ants. That's gonna be our starting strategy. We'll see how it goes. We think that's probably the best bet to move consistently up the mountain. The other thing is we are literally portaging over a mountain. This is not flat ground. We got to go up. And not only is it going to be extremely difficult, but there's going to be some great views.
What's really cool is that this route up and over the mountain used to be an old trapper's route. And at the base, on the upper side of the canyon, we found an old cedar strip canoe. And I think the first couple times we walked directly over it because it's so baked into the ground and overgrown. But really, really, like once we did notice that this was an old cedar strip canoe, really cool to just think about the history of this route, and kind of gave us chills just looking at this boat that was once used before and is now a part of the earth.
I left base camp for just a couple minutes, and obviously I'm late to this yoga session.
Well, Noah called us all losers because we weren't doing anything to activate our glutes.
You need to activate your glutes, man.
Yeah, we're...
So, a big portage like this, we're going uphill, we're going to be moving a lot of gear. You want to make sure you're not going to tear muscles from lack of mobility issues. And so I've heard when you don't necessarily want to stretch before something like this, but you want to stretch after, but before you want to actually activate your muscle groups. So going up a hill, we're going to want to activate our glutes. All right, so we're going to do some glute exercises. So we lie on our back, and then you thrust up to the crowns of the trees. Ready, Rick? 1, 2, and up. Keep it for 5 seconds. Clench those glutes. Bring her down. Thrust to the rain clouds.
And back down to where the squirrel berries his nuts.
Bring it down to the moist moss. Good job, Rick.
So after that quick session with Noah's yoga in the woods, we're activated and ready to go, and we are gonna go portage this canyon.
All I can say is thank God this canyon is near the end of the trip and not the start. It would be brutal if our packs weighed as much as they did when we started this. Oh, I'm so glad I activated my glutes.
Oh. Yeah, it definitely feels different carrying a pack.
Yeah. Gotta be so careful with this stuff still.
I just had to do that.
Lightweight, baby! Yo, man.
Dude, you got it, man.
I just load up.
Yo, brother, that was sick, man.
That might be the hardest carry of this entire portage, going up that slope with that canoe.
Yeah.
You got that done.
Dude, that's awesome.
Hey, boys.
Yeah, give me another for good measure.
Thanks, bro.
So you just got a canoe up.
Yeah, it was so steep that the slope was, the nose and the tail of the canoe was hitting the slope. So I was like almost like Navy sealing it, like a slug going up that steep section.
Man, I can't believe you got that up here.
Bro, I put it on my back. I took one premature step. I go like this. and the canoe starts going back. So I duck and like grab the canoe, and then the canoe slides down. Did you hear me scream?
Yeah.
That should happen.
Did you hear me scream? Dude, awesome. Boys, nice work. We're gonna continue clearing.
Yeah, keep doing your thing. We'll be on your ass again, but then we'll be off it and we'll be on it again.
Alright, sounds good. So now we're just taking a quick peek through the bush before we continue cutting to make sure that we're cutting on the best possible line to get us to the other side. So doing a little recon and then we commence the cutting. Oh, it opens up here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of thinking right through here. I don't know that there's going to be a great line through any of this, but this, it's this forward. You know what? That looks pretty dang good.
Wow.
Right through there. Okay. Man, we can totally work with this.
Yeah.
The big struggle was that if you're below 200 meters and you try and traverse the side, you get cliffed out.
Yeah.
But now we're up above, and now all we have to do is like follow this contour elevation around the mountain. But like this looks pretty reasonable.
It does.
So Eric and I have been going back and forth with all the gear, doing the pack mule work, and Alex and Matt are in the front trailblazing. And so far it's been working out well. We're slowly catching up to the boys, but without a trail, we would be in deep trouble. Like we probably wouldn't even have gotten through the first 20 meters.
No.
Like it is as thick as you could possibly imagine, and this trail is the only way we're gonna get through. But I do think we have a good system out here, and it's working for us.
It's not fast, but we weren't planning on it being fast. No, we're
Yeah.
just gonna keep slogging away, put our full 12-hour day in, and we'll catch you on the flip side, B.
Yeah, we'll see where we end up.
I can see those big trees in the distance.
Yeah.
I'm like 10 meters from them with this trail that I've got cut here.
Okay, nice, man.
I can see clearly now, the spruce is cleared.
That's kind of been our strategy, is like I'll run ahead, scout, find a spot, cut my way back to Alex.
We
and
both
then-
get anxious because we can't see each other, and we're like, yo, I'll find you. And
But it
then we
works.
cut towards each other.
Yeah, it works because we just cut towards each other's voices, and then like I'll get to somewhere where the trail looks like not too bad.
This is what it looks like. You guys can see me right now? No, you can't. This is what it looked like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, we've been like 5 meters apart and not able to see each other, just
That's
cutting towards each
insane.
other's voices.
It's gonna be a bright. Yeah! Yo, nice work, man. So it is currently about 12:30. We've traded up now. Eric and Noah are now cutting the trail, and Matt and I are portaging, just to switch it up, give our bodies something different to feel for a little while. It's really thick, and we're thinking we've probably gone about 600 meters, maybe 700 meters since this morning, so absolute grind. But this is just heads down, need to be super careful all the time, just a complete grind.
At this point in the day, it was becoming clear to our team that we would be spending a night on the mountain. There was no such thing as an efficient way to move through this dense forest.
Today has been an absolutely vicious cycle of being really hot and sweating and freezing cold when you're not carrying or doing stuff. It's a lot of hard work. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. Slippery out here. That's the truth. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just big steps.
Yeah.
Big steps.
So today was an absolute grind of a day. We think we've made it approximately 700 meters, maybe 800. But this whole canyon section is about 2.5 kilometers and we're not even halfway. We are camping in the middle of this mountain section. The only downside, we are at the top of this mountain, very, very high up. We cannot see anything from up here. So it's a mountain with no view. We're just making some dinner right now, having some soup, and then I think all of us are gonna head to bed so that we can get an early start tomorrow to continue grinding our way back to the water.
Plenty.
Man, this soup is so good, this combo.
Yeah.
Of the Asian soup and then the bulk barn flavor bomb.
Our team was camped out on top of a mountain, high above the river. After putting in more than a full day's work, we still weren't even halfway, and there was no clear way out. All we could do was stay optimistic and continue to push on, not knowing how long it was going to take us to get back to the river.
Good morning, guys. Coming to you live from our survival setup here in the woods. Started the day off by putting on my wet clothes from last night. Wet shoes, wet socks. But my mind is set on just blazing trail. That's the biggest thing. If we can get a trail, we can portage. Trail, portage, trail, portage. That's what we gotta do. This morning around camp, me and Eric are gonna be just having breakfast, having coffee, and going back down to Trailblaze while the boys take down camp. Last night we did a scout mission down in the bowl, the next section of this portage, and we found a route that'll get us another 350 meters closer to the end. That isn't too bad, other than there is a descent down this cliffside. That might be a little challenging. Beside our campsite, we did find a small spring, and that was one of the reasons why we stopped to camp here. Along the way, during our entire day yesterday, I GPS'd 2 springs, this being the second one. So that was one thing that was very important because we are very high. We're not close to the river. We need a good water source and a good coffee source, which Matt's on this morning.
Put that back in the warm zone for the boys when they're up. My big concern yesterday was that we cliffed ourselves out by coming up this high and that we weren't going to actually be able to get down to the kind of like that second plateau that takes us to the end of the portage. That was my big concern, but then after you guys, Noah and Eric, did their little scout mission yesterday, found a route down, we're not cliffed out, we can continue forward, we've got a route. The only way out is through. Remember that, kids.
I'm sore. I'm very, very sore. Took an Advil this morning just to curb some of the sharp pains with waking up. And I'm ready for another day of full slogging to get us off this mountain and back onto the river. So I got some nice like marks on the shin from all the sticks that I've jumped over, but the one that really got me yesterday has turned into a bit more of a bruise. It's feeling good. Ready for another day of this. Yeah, buddy. Got her. That section was amazing. Alright, so we've hit a big milestone. Matt and I have made it another 350 meters in a straight line, so I'm guessing that's definitely at least 400 meters, if not more. And the bigger news on this is that we are officially off the mountain. We're still very high, but we're at the highest peak of this mountain, and we've definitely dropped a lot in elevation. We're basically going to go find Noah and Eric, who are now hopefully another 250, 300, 400 meters ahead with a nice clear trail for us. We'll see what the terrain looks like.
The forest is super thick, but it is hard to find a straight line for the canoe in these sections, and sometimes you need to cut some pretty big trees. As we've been going, we've been blazing trees for these sections that kind of get a little confusing.
Pretty good, no?
Straight.
Yeah.
Wait, so how much further do I need to go?
Not much farther, maybe less than 100, I would say.
Amazing.
Eric and I have been up ahead, blazing the trail, and we just did a little scout. And we just met up with the boys for lunch, so we're just gonna give them a quick overview of how the scout went.
First part of this morning, it was very constricted. Like just every 2 feet, you're actually just like cutting through logs. The boys have been slogging around, dragging this canoe. So we did a little scout, went down to 250 meters, then we kept on going. And then we actually found a trail, and that trail leads all the way back up 150 meters from where you guys dropped the canoe.
What?
Yeah, we found the trail, boys.
No.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we found the trail. We found the trail.
You're messing with us.
No, we walked down to the water. We walked down to the water, basically 100 meters from the water. We found the trail instead of going down to the water because it's a chainsaw like laden trail. We walked back up, and the trail starts 150 meters from when you boys dropped the canoe.
Oh my god.
Wait a second. So, but does it go any further?
Not what like.
It's not like you found the trail that would have avoided the mountain.
No, so we followed the trail. It actually does the same route as us, but over a bit, and it disappears in a burn.
Okay. And where it disappears is 150 meters from where you guys dropped the canoe. So what that means is 150 meters bushwhack. It's kind of a crazy bushwhack. From there on out, it's a regular portage. We'd be done in like 30 minutes.
Are you kidding me?
You assholes.
No, that is.
They're going like, oh
my
boys,
god.
It gets thick when you go down. Like, oh my god.
Okay, well, you know what that means. Tonight we're celebrating with whiskey when we get down there.
Oh yes.
Oh.
So we just had to blaze 150 meters of trail, and then we're on an actual portage.
Oh my god. That's so. And is it like nice?
It's been chainsawed. It's overgrown.
Yeah.
And this is probably what Christian Hunon was saying about bring a saw, not blaze your own trail across the mountain.
Man, I would love to know. So does it go higher up than us?
We were trying to find it. It looks like it goes like, yeah, it looks like we're offset. It's almost like we're running parallel to it right now, but it's a little bit more that way. But then like it got so thick, there was a couple down trees, and then we just lost it. Yeah, boys.
I'm like literally speechless. That just made my lunch so much better.
Yeah, boys. So it's gonna be still like a tough like afternoon, but like we're getting out of it.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
We're getting out of it 100%.
Man, you guys have no idea how happy I am right now.
Good news. We were planning on how to tell you guys.
Yo, I love that.
There's some serious acting up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are like, yeah, it gets real thick. It's a bit of both. It's a bit of steep. It's a bit of really thick. I'm like, oh man, this is so good, so awesome.
Yeah.
Let's have some lunch.
Let's do it. I don't understand where that trail goes though, man.
Man, I think it skirts the mountain. Like it goes all the way up, like what we did.
You know what I think, man? I think it goes around it, skirts it around it.
But like there's that plateau up there, so it would have had to like.
Behind.
Behind is even higher though.
Oh really?
Yeah, there's another peak that we didn't even get to.
It is hailing out. There's like little marble-sized pieces of ice falling from the sky, and it just turned to rain, and it is a torrential downpour here in the woods. And we're still far from the river.
Mother Nature just had to pull one more trick out of her sleeves. They're like, oh, the boys found the trail. Let's make it hard for them. So she made it hard, but we're still smiling. So let's get her done.
So Matt and I are currently on the trail that heads down to the water. We're just going to take a quick little peek at what the trail conditions look like.
No way. We made it. We made it. I can't believe it.
I haven't gone down to look yet.
Yo, you're doing my voice?
That was so
good work, man. Good work.
Okay, let me see this water.
That was so messed up. Are you kidding me? That we just an hour ago it's thunderstorming. We're trying to
With
cut
hail.
through,
Hail that big.
Cutting through the thickest bush, and then we peel into this and we come out to here.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys. It's day 28/day 12, and the sun is out. Last night it was kind of a scramble to get everything under the tarp, because as soon as we finished this portage, we had a quick celebration, and then it started downpouring again. But today, the sun is out, we're drying off our clothes, maybe a little later morning this morning. We have a full day of paddling, and a large portion of that's going to be more whitewater to run, which is great. We're all happy to get back on the river after going on a 2-day hike and possibly, crossing our fingers, dry out some clothes.
This morning I crawled out of the tent, no campfire, and just butt naked, and just put on all my soaking wet clothes from yesterday. And now you can see some dry patches starting to form. We're not fully there yet, and I'm definitely feeling a lot better now than I was maybe an hour ago when I put these on.
This is amazing. There's so much power in the water.
So this right here is one of the 2 waterfalls that we have been busting our asses to portage around the last 48 hours, the last 2 days, and not a foot was walked on that portage trail that wasn't cut by us, except, well, I guess except for the final stretch. But we had to pretty much cut our own path up and over that mountain, and to be standing here right now looking at one of the reasons why we were portaging around, it's pretty beautiful, and it's kind of a nice reward at the end of all of that.
Nice, dude.
Stretch here. So we've had an awesome morning so far today, getting to run some really fun rapids, which I think we've earned every single set that we've been able to hit, coming out of 2 days of hiking over the mountain around the canyon. So it's been really awesome getting to hit some whitewater and get some kilometers under us, because it was getting a little ridiculous going 900 meters a day.
We are just cruising along. The entire river is a swift, and we're tracking at about 10 kilometers an hour. Pretty chill day, and the sun's coming out every once in a while.
We are cooking right now, though.
Yeah, we're probably going around 3-4 kilometers an hour.
Without even paddling.
What that must do.
Santo.
We made it to camp.
Yes, sir.
We've got sun, so we can dry stuff. We have wind, which will both dry stuff and keep the bugs down. And we arrived at camp a little bit early today, allowing us to do all of these things. So it's sometime around 5 p.m., maybe 5:30 Eastern. So we have lots of time left in the eve. And as you can see behind me here, we've got the tent set up. And we've got a lot of items out just drying along the ground. So we also have a very cool stream, or sorry, I should say river in the background, but a seam of deep current and quick current that we're gonna go for a swim in while the sun's still out. So we have a lot of things planned for the evening, but it's another beautiful night out here on the Aguanish.
It is the night of day 28 for Matt and myself. This is all of our second last camp night. And looking at the weather, it looks like we might have rain for the rest of the trip, starting tomorrow afternoon. And yeah, it's pretty bittersweet. It still doesn't really feel like the trip is getting close to the end. We've been out here for a long time. I started developing, like after like 3 weeks or so, you start developing like habits out here, which is pretty crazy. And even the beginning of the trip seems like a long time ago. But we're just enjoying this last little bit of sunlight in one of our last campsites of this amazing trip down this amazing river, the Aguanish River in Côte-Nord, Quebec. Beautiful scenery, good friends, good white water, and some gnarly portages. We're just taking it in tonight, relaxing.
All right, so for Alex and myself, we have a mixture of Uncle Ben's rice, and we're mixing that with some chili, and then we have some leftover Parmesan. So I actually just put basically half of this thing in the little medley here, and I put it over some light heat, and it's just melted in there. So we have some melted Parmesan in this medley, and I think it's gonna be really good. And maybe if when Noah's not looking, I might take some of his hot sauce too, and I'll put that on there as well.
Oh, dude!
Did I say that out loud?
What do you got going on over here?
Just a little spaghetti dinner, but with rotini instead of spaghetti noodles.
Oh, fun.
And a little bit of Parmesan.
Parmigiano. We don't know if this is actually Parmesan from the community of Parmesan in Italy. It might be that fake stuff. What's the other stuff called?
Padano.
Padano. It might be Padano.
I'm an idiot for not bringing hot sauce. We brought that Northern Lights one last time, and it was like so clutch.
Yeah.
But that.
This is so good, Matt.
Wasting time. I left my home in Toronto, headed to the GPRA, 'cause I got nothing to live for. Nothing's gonna come my way. Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching the tide roll away. Sitting on the dock of the bay, wasting time.
Good morning. It's day 29 out here, and it feels surreal. As you guys know,
I love geology, and as we paddle, I always try to figure out how things work in terms of the landscape. And where we're camping is really cool because there's this eroding bank, and it's almost like a slice, and you can really see what has happened over the last thousands, millions of years. And here on this wall, you can see where all the trees grow on the top organic matter. Then you have sand, and you have clay. And what is really cool is we're on a tributary of the main river, and during the spring melt, when there's a pulse of energy of all this water coming down, what we're standing on is actually underwater, and the energy is strong enough that it moves all these rocks and pushes it into this tributary. But what's cool is as the tributary extends, the energy of this pulse weakens, and farther down this river there's less of this cobble. Right here you could see all the rocks along this wall, but as you go farther down, all the rocks taper off and just the sand. So seeing this, you know, during the spring melt, the energy pulses all the gravel here, but it doesn't have enough energy to continue the pulse farther down this tributary.
This is most likely our last full day in the river. We looked at the forecast this morning, and next couple days jam-packed with like heavy rain. There's around 6 big features of waterfalls that we want to actually get like through today so that the rocks aren't super slippery. After that, we're gonna set ourselves up nice around 10-15 kilometers to the town of Aguanish. Hopefully we can get some sun tomorrow morning, have a nice final breakfast with the boys, crush the next 10-15 kilometers out. That's the play for the next 48 hours, and it really starts with the big day today, looking to get around 40 kilometers down the river, so stay tuned.
We got to this section of the river where there's a series of chutes, and we're going to slowly take our time and get over each one of them. There's steep terrain, we got to work as a team to get the canoes down because we're precariously walking along the rock ledge beside the waterfall.
So we just finished our first of 4 portages today, and we can already see the next waterfall up ahead. It is very windy out here right now, and we are expecting to get hit by a storm any minute. We're just trying to get all these portages done before we get smoked, because these rocks would be a lot less fun to walk on when they're wet.
We just banged out the 4 waterfalls, had a quick lunch, and the rain is about to start. So we're very happy we got off those slippery rocks before they got even more slippery. We got about 15 kilometers of paddling before the next obstacle. Let's get this done.
So there's 4 like back to back, and then there's
15K.
And then what's after that? There's 15K.
a couple more, like just things. I can't remember exactly what they are. Like, yeah, we'd be at 28, and by the end, we'll be at 20.
Shut up. Shut up. Bro, this is an 8 kilometer stretch of flappage right now.
Maybe 6 or 7, actually.
You're about to get clapped for an hour. Like 6 seconds. Yeah.
It's been raining on us for a couple hours, and we've had a headwind this entire time. And we now have a 6 kilometer straightaway that goes right to the heart of the storm and the wind. Gotta dig deep, keep paddling, focus on the end.
How about those headwinds, boys?
What headwind? Oh, we got a tailwind.
Shorty's a window shopper. Hard, hard. Yes, boy. No way.
Battle hard. Draw. Battle hard. What the hell, man?
Go forward. Nice.
We are almost at 40 kilometers for the day. We've been banging off portages in the rain, trying not to slip on the rocks. Beautiful scenery, lots of rapids here. Too big for us, maybe for a kayaker. And we're getting to the end of the day. We're all stoked. We have about 10 kilometers left of this Aguanish River by the end of the day.
Aguanish!
Crazy to think, but we're almost there. We made it to our final campsite of this trip. This is about a 12-hour day on the water. We got about 40 kilometers. We did 4, 5, 6.
We did 7 portages today. Big day on the water, but we got ourselves in striking distance to finish this trip tomorrow. We're about 10K from the finish. We got here right when the sun is setting. Gonna have a quick boil up. Hopefully it's not gonna rain on us. Eat dinner, go to bed.
My cups are absolutely soaked.
Yeah, cups are the worst. I'm debating just getting right out of these dry pants.
I know, I've debated that a few times, and I just like don't know if it's the time yet.
Why? Like, what are you waiting for?
It could rain.
What if the skies open up?
Yo, if it rains, I'm going in the tent.
Yeah, but there's chores
I'm not
to do.
feeding you in the tent.
That's fine. I'm literally just gonna go in the tent. I just won't eat.
Alex, can you bring me a little bowl of that cheesy beef?
Nah.
Alex, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Bring my food to the tent. Hopefully this is still salvageable for a boil. Oh, there. Whew. Oh.
We hit that massive.
You get through the language I speak, it's usually wrong. You gotta like go like
I know, sometimes I need to filter it.
You need to go into the intention. When he speaks, he's actually speaking deeper than surface level, you know?
In the alternate dimension,
yeah.
That's left and right.
Yeah.
It is day 30, and it is our final day on the river. We're packing up camp for the final time. It's always one of those moments at the end of a trip, you are excited to go home to see your family and friends and get back to real life, but there is that feeling of losing your lifestyle out here, which is a combination of feeling free and just traveling and just living off the land in a very nice way. This has been a river I've been looking at for about 2 years now, and it was one of those trips that there's a lot of uncertainty with because there's not a lot of information. There's a lot of big white water, big portages, just big country out here. And coming to this trip, I was a little uncertain with our ability to actually do it in completion.
Tons of up and down, like the whole trip was just a roller coaster of highs and lows. And through all that, I think I did gain a better sense of how far I could push myself mentally and physically. And I really surprised myself on how I was able to kind of grow through the trip from those like initial challenges in the early days to some of the final things like the canyon portage. I took out of it a real sense of my ability to deal with uncertainty.
When there is an obstacle and you have no choice but to go through it, you're given no choice but to actually like face it and take it one step at a time, you can do it, and you lean on the people around you, and like as humans we come together to make it actually work.
This river blew me away. Just some of the mountainous terrain, having to climb some mountains, it was absolutely beautiful out here.
Every corner has a new experience. There's the mountains just jet out from the side of the river. Big whitewater, big country, lots of wildlife. Côte-Nord is a beautiful place, and it's a beautiful river, and we had a beautiful trip.
I really had never done an extended canoe trip before. I think my longest trip prior to this one was 4 days long, and I was jumping up to a 30-day trip. So I was pretty nervous. I knew I could handle the sort of wilderness living situation, but just the extended time away from home, I was nervous as to how I would handle that. And then this is just so much bigger country, so much more rugged. The challenges are so much bigger. I was really unsure of like how I would handle that. And so a big part of going on this trip for me was it was almost like a test for myself to see like how I would handle these. and I definitely learned a ton.
We couldn't have had a better team to pull this off. You know, it was awesome for me to get to do another trip with Eric. We got to conquer some more whitewater. Matt and I, after just meeting him online and not knowing what he was gonna be like, and then getting to blaze through a forest with him, it was like very cool to get to work together like that. And then also just reconnecting with my childhood brother Noah, who we haven't seen each other for like a year and a half. So from that perspective as well, it was pretty cool to be able to have a team like this and for us to be able to reconnect as well. So and reconnect on a trip like this. So can't think of a better way for that to happen.
Right, the camaraderie that you feel, like these guys feel like my brothers. We've been out here for 2 weeks, and like we've quite literally been in life and death situations, and we've done it together, and it's just amazing, in my opinion, what a group of guys can do.
It's really hard to find someone who you can do a big trip with and get through all the controversy and hardships with. To make a trip like this work, teamwork is so important, and we are so lucky to have a team that was able to pull through and get the job done.
Just all-around love for the boys.
Couldn't have been a better group of guys to spend the last 2 weeks with. So overall, just super happy with how the trip went, and it was a great experience.
It's been an awesome trip. I think the Aguanish really gave us everything we could have asked for out here. So we are currently walking what we thought was a nice clear portage trail for the third time, because we got out to a bog, we turned around, came back, and now we are walking it again. Someday we will be done this portage, but for now the Aguanish is holding on to us as long as it can. All right, so we have arrived at a 1 kilometer portage. We're within 10 kilometers from the end of the trip, and there is a nice clear trail for us to follow, and we couldn't be more thankful. The team's just getting warmed up right now, and then we are gonna be doing this portage.
This is how I hit my glutes.
What's up? So catch me outside.
Catch
How about
me outside on that portage. Yeah, it's 1 kilometer long, but we like, yeah.
Do a little glute activation maybe?
Hey, you know, this is a 1 kilometer portage, but after that 2.5 kilometer bushwhack, this is gonna be like a breeze for us.
Good luck, brother.
Oh my god. Even better.
Cloudberries, bro. Come find out.
Whoa.
We found some cloudberries along this very boggy portage that we're crossing right now, and it's really turned it around for us. So it is currently 12:15 in the afternoon Eastern, and I think we thought we'd be pulling up into the town of Aguanish at this point, but instead we are portaging through a very big bog around what was marked on a map as a 1K portage. And I think the Aguanish has had this one last little surprise for us today.
We thought the portage was one way,
and there didn't seem to be anything. The forest was very, very thick. So we started following a bog around the thick forest to see if we can get on the outside. So the 1K portage automatically turns into a 1.5 to a 2 kilometer portage, and now we're trying to get back to the river, and we are in it right now. We are definitely in it.
Definitely threw a curveball for us today, thinking we'd be back in town sipping on some craft beers, and we're not.
Not yet. Not yet anyways. Sometime though we will. At one point we will be sipping craft beers. But right now we stand in the rain.
It just might not be today.
It might not be today.
It might not be today.
You feeling wonderful?
I'm wonderful. I'm feeling about as wonderful as you could feel while being trapped in a bog.
Yeah.
Do you feel trapped in here?
Yes. 200% I feel trapped. I'm off it. I want to walk there. I want to blaze a trail for the freaking 90th time on this trip. I'm going to get to the river. I'm going to be okay. I just want to get to the river.
I know we already did the ending sequence, but we took a portage that was supposed to be 1 kilometer, but it ended up being 3 kilometers, and it took 5 hours. But we're here now. The Aguanish needed one more crazy section for us to deal with. Until the next one.
Yo, we're famous, bro.
Why are they leaving? This trip was a bag of mixed nuts. That's it. That's all I had.